Hello and welcome to another episode of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. My name is Alex K and I am that Dungeon Master. Tonight is our 33rd episode, our streamed episode that is, and it is December the 2nd, haha, I got it right this time, of which we are going to be having a D&D little friendly game here tonight. Let's see. So, thank you for coming in, and watching and participating. We will be missing a Kyle tonight. That's announcement number one. He is currently on his anniversary of his marriage with him and his wife, Micah. So they will not be present. So, Kyle and Micah, happy first year anniversary. Other announcements. There's a big announcement we wanted to express to all of you. With the holiday season kicking into gear basically this month, we're going to be taking a short-term hiatus. We will not be playing Arkelya for basically the next four Sundays in a row. It will be January 6th is Sunday, January 6th. Let's just double check that because I'm paranoid. Yes, Sunday, January 6th. Will be the day that we will start resuming again. So for those of you that do watch and do participate, we love that you participate with us. We love your spectating. Sorry, over the next 4 weeks, we're just not going to be playing, as several of us are going to have previous obligations, as well as that we wanted to free ourselves up so that that everyone can spend their time with their families or whatever. So next month we won't basically be here, but we do wish you great holiday wishes and all that jazz. Those are my two big announcements. That's all I really got. Does anyone else have anything they wish to share or divulge?
I am going home to see my family this week. I'm super excited.
Merry ho-ho for the peoples that
Yeah.
are going to enjoy it.
So
Can't wait to see my family. So
early holiday
early Christmas.
salutations.
Yeah.
Or
it'll be amazing. And we haven't been back. It's been like about a year and a half since we've been back to Minnesota and Wisconsin. So it'll be really fun. But the highs are only like 12 degrees, so I'm gonna freaking freeze to death. But hey, it's better than snow.
Come to Chicago.
The
No.
fuck was that?
Never.
That reminds me, actually, to talk of cold. I shaved. I'm so glad to have gotten rid of that beard. Oh my gosh, it's so annoying.
November's over.
It is over.
I still haven't gotten rid of mine, but I'm gonna do it today,
Yeah.
I think.
I had a lot of colleagues at work saying, we know you're gonna want to shave, but we just want to put on our side of the coin that maybe you shouldn't. And I'm like, no, I'm not. But I'm happy. I was like, when I was shaving, I was like, oh, this is so much better already. I wasn't even fully done with it. Okay, well, so Evelyn's going to be going to see your family, and anyone else have anything else they wish to share? No?
I
Have a holly jolly holidays. Really.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, because we're gonna miss that too.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, we're gonna miss
Happy
all the
New Year.
holidays.
It's not just Christmas or
We're gonna be gone for a whole entire year.
no, we're
Yep.
the remainder of the year, if you want to think of it that way. Yeah, 2019.
We'll see you in 2019.
We'll see you in the future.
Okay. So, with that, unlike our happiest holidays to you too, Diamond Ranch. Okay. So, we're gonna, unlike our normal tradition of waiting to 4:30 exact before we actually play, we're gonna start 5 minutes earlier tonight, guys. Yay!
Oh no.
What does
I
that
don't know
mean
if I'm
for us?
prepared for that
Okay.
mentally.
What do I say? Spend time.
Yeah, you're trying to waste that 5 minutes? No, let's use it.
Difficulty.
Merry Christmas.
He's already wasted one.
It's still 25 on my time.
By the way, I got a new phone, and holy fuck, learning a new phone is like the worst thing ever.
It
Where's the
is.
5 minutes.
Did you
Fucking
did you stay on your same? Well,
Yeah, we're still with Verizon, but I went from a Galaxy S6 to a Note 9, which is like a huge fucking difference.
Oh yes.
Okay.
I had a flip phone for most of my life, and then I just recently
We're losing those 5 minutes. All right.
We tried.
In our last episode of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master, our party that still doesn't have a name for itself. I don't know. The Bandits of
We're working on that.
Blenheim.
The
Yeah, I don't think you
Taco
guys are.
Crusaders.
You say you're working on it. You're not working on it because you still don't have a name. So our unnamed party of individuals, some be heroes and
name.
some not be heroes. You guys had recently escaped the Medan mines and the Medan mountains, and you found yourself back on the surface. You found yourself at a little town called Pipel. They're having a little festival of sorts. You guys participated in their shenanigans for a bit. And then you saw some poor people suffering. You decided to help them. You ran into several new accomplices along the way. One of them being Baldric, which is our elderly, doctorish kind of individual. We ran into Pyrrhus, our, tree person.
our local tree.
Yeah, that's very quiet and timid. And we'll open her up someday. Let's see.
With the crowbar.
Before we left Medan Mountains, we ran into our third other member, which would be Thoric, our mysterious half-orc.
Very mysterious.
Yeah, okay. So we had those 3 new people join our group, and then you guys went to Pipel, participated in the festivities, ran into an injured child, or what kind of brought to an injured child. Heard some stories about that there was a old woman in the woods that did this to her, and that you guys said, "Nah, this isn't right. Let's go ahead and go explore and investigate this." So you poked around Pipel for a bit, looking for some leads. Did not find so many through the people there, but decided to go just venture northeast, basically off of the one lead you basically had, and then through some magical means, found your way into a illusioned series of terrain, which you guys then traversed, fought some myth fights, found this little concave bowl in the ground on top of a hill, of which inside that bowl there was a lake. Inside that lake there was an island. On that island is a bunch of trees and a hut. You guys walked your way across, got to the hut, poked around, did some investigation. While poking around, you apparently pissed off the inhabitant of that house. You fought her and you killed her, as well as the tree she animated. And then you started looting her stuff immediately, as the thieves you are. Stealing her staff, stealing some potions she had, taking some other belongings of gold, and kind of avoiding the meat sack she had hanging up in her kitchen. Poked around her house for a bit, looking for anything else that might be of interest. Found some interesting lore documents that you guys have procured onto your persons. One of you found a very interesting demon dog along the back of the house that was chained down, and you guys decided to fight it and anger it. And then it almost killed 2 of our party members with 2 natural 20s. After which you guys then retreated back inside, licked your wounds, and then took a long rest inside the house. While that long rest was happening, a couple more of you were still poking around investigating, and some of the things you found were some of these little interesting fetishes that she had in her the witch's hut in the top of her 2nd floor. Looks like she was using these fetishes to kind of daisy chain her way or Christmas light her way, some magical enchantments to various regions, of which Roderick deduced that there seemed to be a foci near the bottom, underneath the house, in a cellar. You guys, after your long rest, poked your nose down that cellar, and as you went down below, you saw basically a workbench and a cauldron with an arcane rune against the ground, using your abusive use of detect magic.
Abusive. I
You-
feel a hot curse coming in real quick
You
here.
recognize the magical signature on the ground was that of necrotic, and then there was a transmutation spell inside the cauldron itself. You guys kind of put some reasonable pieces together, thinking that, you know what, this is bad. We got to do something about this. So one of you dispelled the magic circle below, and then Roderick, getting frustrated with how we're going to disrupt the cauldron with its giant vat of solvent liquid of transmutation magic, you just cast telekinesis, which will last you another 10 minutes, as you then just lift this cauldron, and it's heavy, but it's not heavy in your spell. It's probably in the ballpark of 60 pounds of weight in the cauldron. So you easily just lift it up with your mind, and you just start making it navigate its way up this small little flight of stairs up towards the surface, where there is slight overcast in the air today. So it's a little grayish outside. I would assume that Roderick would then proceed to follow the cauldron as he moves it upward to navigate his little, what do you want to call it, RC drone cauldron, and bring it up to the surface level. What's everyone else doing?
Call's not too magically inclined, so he's just been looking around, making sure that everything's safe, and he'd be following Roderick, making sure he doesn't tip it over, spill it anywhere.
So Roderick seems to have extra control over the cauldron. The cauldron was not filled to the lip. It was not at the cusp. It has a good half a foot or 6 inches, I should say, of space between where the broth and the tip of the cauldron is. So it's not spilling around. You easily, Roderick, without having any check necessary with your high level of spell being used, are able to navigate it up with no problems. It does fit through the doorway or door frame. So Roderick ascends upwards. A call follows suit. Annie will chase after as well. The rest of you all, I remember you guys were trying to pillage the last couple things, so some of you are still grabbing stuff. I think some books were grabbed and thrown them in your bags. So you're kind of probably latching your bag shut in this moment. You guys can take a look back down into the cellar, and you just see this. There's still this like chalk against the ground of some kind of spell, of some kind of ritual. That was just, the magic was dispelled off of it, but the runes are still on the ground. There's still that wooden workbench over there. Not too much else is in this little small space underneath the house.
Wasn't Boulder going to copy down the spells upstairs?
You're so quiet. I have it 150%. Get closer
Am
to
I
your mic.
quiet?
Jeez Louise. Yeah.
Better?
That's better, yes. Okay, what was your statement?
Wasn't Baldur going to copy down the circles upstairs?
Yes, I was, but at a time noted later, I suppose we wanted to deal with this, cauldron first, is that right?
What are we doing with the cauldron exactly?
That's a good idea. I mean, gentleman here just started floating it. Which is an interesting trick, by the way. Maybe you should, teach me that.
They seem to have an idea what they want to do with it, and I want to stay away from it when they do it.
That new mic, though.
Yeah, I thought that was Roderick at
Yeah.
first. I'm like, Roderick, you're using a new voice. And then suddenly I'm like, oh no, it's Potato.
Yikes.
Sounds so different. Oh my gosh. It
deeper.
didn't even
Much
sound like
deeper.
Potato.
That's
Oh, I'm
enough.
sorry,
Worse.
Potato. Oh, we'll make it work, man. Yes,
Potato's
Potato has a
voice
new
has
mic. He
changed.
decided not to announce
We can
that during
tell
the
your,
announcement section. Oh man.
We can tell your accent way more, like, not your native accent, but your character's accent better with this one,
Right.
at least.
I have no clue how that works.
You sound
Magic.
notably different for sure, man.
Yes.
Oh,
How
man.
does a
I thought
microphone
you were
have my accent?
I thought you were closer to Roderick's voice than your own.
Wow.
I don't know. How does it... Okay, let's just keep going.
All right, so I'm
Let's
afraid
go,
I
let's go,
totally
let's
missed
go.
what you said, but Dave, yes, okay.
I want to stay away from whatever they're doing with the cauldron.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna put you to 125% because you're quiet. Got it. All right, so you stayed back, but I guess you still follow up to the surface. And so with everyone else, I'm just gonna pull you up as you guys basically start walking up the stairs yourself, finding that there's nothing else of interest down in the cellar below. You're now on surface level, basically on the side of the house. So theoretically, token-wise, we would be a little hodgepodge of individuals over here, as the cellar was basically on the side of the dwelling right there. It's a lot smaller than that. That's way larger. It's not to scale. Let's just get that to get it correct. So you guys are currently like somewhere around up here right now, which I guess Roderick would be a little bit further away from everyone else as he's got the cauldron. We'll just make the cauldron this black marble. There you go.
So what's the plan with this thing?
If I may, I would like to suggest that we put it inside the building, and whenever I eventually catch fire to the house, I can burn down with it.
Should we dump it out first?
That's fine. Yes.
Where?
In the house.
In the house, yes.
Wait, what is the purpose of dumping it exactly? What are we hoping to?
So it's less usable.
Yeah, so no one can use it anymore.
I mean, what are the chances we can actually empty the cauldron? I'm sure it's magically protected, maybe. I mean, we don't.
Petite tippet.
Or how about this? He drops it. Let's see if we can. I can
Petite
use
Roderick.
telekinesis to,
Spill a little bit.
to get a little bit of actually scoop out basically some of the liquid, like.
So wait, you're saying you're trying to telekinetically scoop it out or tip it out?
Yes, let's basically like scoop some out.
If you
I
want
don't
me,
think.
like,
Okay, this actually requires.
I have a-
rolling.
If we use like an empty health potion, and could I mage hand into it and like?
Is this not? Is there not a lot though in there?
So no, there's definitely a sizable amount of liquid in there.
Soul juice.
Probably in the ballpark of at least 5 gallons of fluid are in this cauldron. The thing that I'm needing to make a ruling on here is that I don't know if you can have telekinesis be affecting two things at the same time.
Well,
So-
no. I mean, to set the cauldron down, so it won't fall, and then basically try
Okay,
to.
well, sorry, I didn't catch that part. So yes, if you put the cauldron down, then I would feel that it would be plausible for you to scoop some of it out. Now the problem is now we talk about the quantitative, how much fluid can you support with telekinesis at one point in time, right? Because this would easily be able to make the spell way more powerful than it should be if you could. Oh, I can pull up a whole river right up to my threshold of weight. So kind of hard for me to get a good reach because it doesn't
just
talk
wanna-
about fluids. It talks about objects specifically, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I
But
would not
we're
be-
gonna
I
do
would
it
not
like this.
object-
Specify.
I would not object to you saying you're taking handfuls and just dumping handfuls on the ground. That there's no contest there. I would allow that. But if you're trying
So
to
we're
dump,
gonna.
like a whole
We're gonna. Mm,
like the whole amount of it, I would be more questioning like, is that even possible?
all right.
Alright,
So
let's
we're
do
gonna.
this.
We're gonna do
Pyrus
this.
would
We're
go
gonna take
ahead,
fifth side circle.
Okay, so you take like about the size of your fist, and you just kind of gloop it up as you kind of pull it up off of the out like right above the cauldron still, so it's not over the ground yet. You see this kind of very thick, syrupy slime is kind of as it sloshes right back into the cauldron. But you do manage to keep a sizable ball that you kind of basically force the psionic pressure into a little orb there, keeping it floating. And it's kind of interesting look of just this. You don't see any external forces keeping it together. Even though you mentally you're applying pressure to it to keep it in this little orb, but it's just a floating orb that's kind of oscillates and jiggles a little bit under the pressure you're applying to it. So you see kind of ripples going through from one side to the other, and they kind of meet in the middle, giving this kind of interesting
Crazy.
rippling orb. I guess that's what I have in my head. And so now at this point you now want to pull it away from the top of the cauldron and you want to drop it, right? Is the plan? Or is it on the ground?
Down. This is just a proof of concept.
Sure.
All right. So as you.
So you want to drop it back into the cauldron.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So then as you let go of it, and it splashes in. But again, there's enough space of the top of it that nothing spills out.
As you can see, there's proof of concept, so we should be able to dump this in the house and begin to burn it down. Is that?
Could just kick it over.
I would not want
In
it
the
to
house.
spill out over the island. It could run off into the lake and whatnot.
Well, aren't you the one that suggested lighting it on fire? Once if it's combustible. What if the entire place blows up?
If we're
Well,
far
we
enough
need to be-
away, I don't think that's a problem.
Yes. Exactly. Is there anything else in the house that you
Uh,
can think of? Maybe you.
Well, there was those magic runes up above, but that would take considerable time of transcribing and inks that I may or may not have the quantity of because suddenly I feel like I'm absent-minded at the moment on my purchase power.
Evelyn,
Yes, Pyrus?
do you think I should purify what's in the cauldron.
Ish. Yeah. I mean, what? How does that work exactly?
Pyrus puts on her glasses and it says purified food and drink, level 1 casting. All she knows is, if it's poisoned or diseased or bad, I can get rid of it.
Should we? I'm thinking it's spelled
Alright.
though.
Alright, let's just do this. Roger, I'm gonna bring this into the house. We can decide what we do. Otherwise, we just kick it over and then we burn the house down. But we can't do anything with it.
Well, I mean,
That sounds fair.
what she's. I mean, what would it hurt for her to try to purify the water or the liquid
I'm
in
not
there?
saying it won't hurt anything. Try it, but I'm saying we bring this into the house. In case that doesn't work, we tip it over, burn the place down. That's
I
all.
mean, if it's magically spelled, will fire do anything to it? Do we know? Would I know that as Evelyn?
Yeah, what?
You can make an Arcana check there, Evelyn. See if you would
Well-
know that information.
Even if it did not get rid of the liquid, as the house burned down around it, the ash should mix with the liquid and at least, have some sort of power on covering it up.
What happens? if
17
that-
Arcana check.
All right, so as you come, all right, so you're trying to figure out, would this liquid be flammable? I'm sorry, I kind of missed the.
Like, I'm assuming that because we don't really know what the liquid is, correct? No one knows what it is. It's just magical. That's all we know,
Yeah,
correct?
there's a transmutation. It has a transmutation aura on it, but does not tell you what it does.
So I'm trying to figure out, like, we're trying to like rid the world of whatever the heck this is. Like, would I know if fire would do anything to it? Basically.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a. You would not know enough about this product specifically to go
Right.
would fire or not. Fire will have an effect on liquid-based substances of magic nature and of non-magic nature. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be information you know of specifically because you'd have to know what this is specifically to be able to make that
Correct.
jurisdiction. And unfortunately, you don't.
So Evelyn would just turn to everyone. My concern is if there's other people out in the world. So obviously we know of 2 other people that she was working with, plus their master or whoever that other entity is. My concern is, dumping this out somewhere or trying to burn it isn't going to really fix the issue. And there's people out there that with spells that could probably pull moisture out of the earth. And I don't know if that would. I just don't know. I don't know what the ramifications are of this
If-
liquid or how to get rid of it correctly.
That's too far. We can't really
And
really figure that out anytime soon. So I mean, we can do what we can here. The only options is, basically to beat the other 2 sisters, defeat them, or talk them out of this, and that may be the only kind of options away from this.
Did anyone find anything in the house that told us where they were located, where they would be, these other people? Did anyone find anything like that? I'm looking around the group. Anybody?
The tomes that was read, they didn't specify locations of.
Well, you haven't read them to their fullity, but no, they did not mention from what you read.
To my knowledge, no. There's mentions of others.
Also, if I may, if we're worried about the spellcasters that are her friends, they could probably get this liquid themselves anyway. The point is to
Sure.
be rid of it in the short term.
Mm-hmm.
We're still outside, right?
Yes, you are still outside currently. Effectively, where your tokens are. Yeah.
So can I don't know if this. I basically want to take a drop of the water or whatever is in the cauldron out and put it on the ground and see what happens.
Okay. What?
But I don't know how I could do that without touching it directly. I only have mage hand.
That'll work.
You can.
As Kyle taught me from last game, you can sure try.
Roderick, you were able to lift that liquid up, right?
You
Can
saw
you
him
still
do
do
it.
that?
Yeah,
Just
you,
a little bit.
You saw him do it.
All right. Can you just put like a drop of it on the ground and see what happens? I'm just curious.
Do you want to do a little more than a drop, or just literally?
Just I want to just see what happens. So just do enough to see what happens.
All right. So let's try with like a thumb size amount of.
Okay, yeah, and it's very easily you manage to get thumb size worth of liquid out up into the air, of which you then just whoop, move it over the ground and you let it fall, or do you drop it on, like place it on the ground?
Let's place it gently on the ground.
You place it gently on the ground and you see it kind of spread out. It does keep a little bit of a three-dimensional shape on it. Looks like there's some kind of tension in the liquid that tries to keep itself near itself, but it does form kind of like a droplet. It's kind of compressed against the soil. It does not appear to be getting absorbed into the ground. It appears to be just resting against the ground.
I'll get my flint and tinder out and just flick a few sparks on it to see if it's.
All right, so. And eventually you get some sparks on top of it, and there seems to be no effect to the liquid immediately.
Well, that solves that.
Solves what exactly?
It's not flammable.
Don't think we can destroy it, really. Basically.
Well, I'm no alchemist, nor have I ever seen anything like this. But it is magical, and a liquid at that, these things would be rather difficult to create. Surely it'll be easy to just ruin with a handful of mud or wooden planks. If it's anything like a good old stew, that'll work.
Or it's magical, you could dispel it as well, but
But I don't
Time.
think we don't have the capacity for that right now. The means to do that.
Well, maybe Baldric may be able to at the moment.
I think we're all tapped out of spells. Yeah.
I thought we just woke up.
We just rested.
Oh, we did.
We should
I
have.
would like
If we don't have the means to defend ourselves now, then we will never have the means to defend ourselves. Just to put that
I would
lightly.
like to cast Conjure Animals
Okay.
as the guinea pigs of
Oh jeez,
Swarm.
you're such a
of
twisted
animals.
person. Oh my god. All right,
I like
Ham,
swarm
you're going in
of
there.
poisonous snakes.
Look at Owl. She puts a blindfold. Oh no, you destroyed the table, Owl. Why?
What?
You must have hit L
She
over
couldn't
the.
handle it anymore.
All right, I'm gonna hit back a couple times. There's gonna
could
be
you?
lag. Please don't crash. And
I will. You can't
I'll do my
stop.
best.
Look what I did. Didn't even touch the table. I don't even know how to change the table.
well, you hit L over the space out there, which just breaks the lock on it. So, anyways, we're good. It's fixed.
Woo!
So
So
what are you
swarm
making with your contra animal?
A
First of all, what
swarm
level?
of
What level?
poisonous snakes, level
Before he
3.
does this,
All right, so you're using level 3.
So it's only one swarm of poisonous snakes.
This is
You want swarm.
This is a good point. I'm gonna side with Petit on this. Please public announcement for everyone. Not all of us are demented people that would like to harm animals. Only one of us likes to do that.
They're
They're
magical. That's
poisonous
it. It's fine.
Poisonous snakes. Oh, it's
They
okay.
dissipate
They
after
don't
they're-
feel
They're
anything.
fine.
All
They
right,
don't have feelings or emotions.
how many poisonous snakes do you make? Is it like 8 or how?
It is a swarm of poisonous snakes. It just says medium, small swarm, tiny beast. It doesn't
Right,
give
so
the.
It's gonna use the statistics of a poisonous.
Grabbed a bunch of
A
snakes.
poisonous snake is let's see if we can find a. All right, so poisonous snakes have a 1/8 challenge rating. So how many can you make with that?
With 1/8.
They're 1/8
Uh,
CR. Because there's a limit. Right? It's like you can make 8 of them, or you can make.
I can make
He's
8
summoning a swarm.
1/4. So would it be 16 of them?
Does it actually get? Oh god, I've been reading this stupid.
It doesn't go that low.
I really did not want to waste time reading magic because apparently we're doing a lot lately. But all right, what is it? Conjure woodland beans is what you're doing, or is it
Conjure animals.
Conjure.
So
animals.
1, 2 CR, 2 1 CRs, 4 1/2 CRs, and 8 1/4.
So
Eight,
would be
8 1/4 or
it would-
lower. So
it would be
8.
yeah, it'd be the 1/4 or lower. So you'd be able to make
Okay.
8 of those snakes.
8 snakes appear.
All right, 8 snakes appear. All right, I'm not going to
8
spawn
snakes.
8 snake
That's fine.
tokens, so 8 snakes exist. All right, and they're slithering around you. Some of them are starting like kind of like coil themselves around your leg, but not in an aggressive
Step
manner.
away from this.
Yeah, Baldric, who am I? And he put some distance between him and you.
Step away from them. Yep.
Roderick, can you please? I'll point towards the snake. Put some liquid and see what happened.
Sure, let's take that little bit of liquid that was out and hover it over a snake.
All right, so there should be 8 here. All right, so
Rest in peace, Snake.
so I
front
know
of-
Evelyn said she was gonna back away. Baldric, where's Baldric? There he is. He's gonna back away. All right, right near this crazy woman. Thoric takes a step closer. All right, yeah. So you move some fluid over a snake, huh? And you just drizzle it on top of the snake.
No. Kind of like sort of where they'd be like eye level roughly, if they're kind of sitting up.
What?
Yeah.
Wait.
Right in front of the mouth. How
I'm
about that?
totally confused. All right, so what are you doing? You
He
have
wants the snake to drink it.
You're trying to make the snake drink it.
It's right in front. It's gonna have to be right in front of them. They can
What?
drink it or not.
Okay, well the snake does not drink it, not at all,
It
not out of
sits
its
there.
own volition.
Oh, Mike, it's up to
Roderick,
you.
Can you put it on them?
On them? Oh, sure.
Oh.
Let's do that.
So at this point, without the snake's support directly involved in itself in your science experiments, you now are going to drizzle some of this fluid on it. So do you grab the droplet that was on the ground, or do you grab a new droplet?
The droplet that was on the ground.
Okay, so as you try to grab the droplet on the ground, can you please make a contest check for me?
So,
What do you mean?
He needs to roll a d20 and add his charisma mod. It's a caster test. A check.
21.
21. Okay, so
Number.
with that, you do manage to recollect it, and it forms a small little ball, and you move it over to the snake, and then you just... Where do you put it on the
Drop it on
snake?
the
On its head, on its back? The snake just, like, the tongue coming out as it smells the air through its tongue.
Let's take a few steps back though first, away from that one snake he's gonna do.
All right, let's say this test snake is right here. All over
Okay.
there. The other snakes are currently just all around Pyrus right now, all on her
All right,
space. Oh, no,
do it.
Pyrus. It's all
I
around.
would be next to the one.
All right, well, the other snakes follow suit. 'Cause
Oh god.
Can we do like a shower that kind of starts at the
they
head and
just
goes
follow.
down?
All right, so with that,
It's
sure.
like
Okay.
pancakes.
All right, so you drop some onto it. Okay.
And it explodes. Giant
25
necrotic
foot
explosion.
Necrotic explosion.
Then it ignites the rest of the soul juice, which causes a large explosion.
All right, so
This
the,
snake
the
becomes a
snake,
boss.
the snake, as the droplet falls on top of it, you see as steam rides off, and the snake darts to the side and manages to avoid the full drop landing on top of it completely. It only gets partially burned. The snake takes 4 acid damage.
Jesus.
Snake's dead.
No, it's still alive. These snakes have a... No, it is dead. You're right. That's enough. I was looking at its AC. It's like, oh, it's got 13 health. No, it has it has 2 health.
It's got like,
It has 2 HP. So the snake tends to dart to the side, but you drill enough into the magic that keeps this Fey-based creature it disappears in a puff of kind of white smoke. And the drop then lands against the ground and then kind of not reforms, it gets back in that little bubble shape against the ground.
Does any of it disappear, or is that is it just the same?
Make a
same...
perception check.
May I make a perception check as I'm watching this as well,
Yes.
or do I help?
Yes, you may.
Alright, who's next?
Oh my
All
god!
the snakes look up towards Pyrus, then towards Thoric, then towards the
23.
cauldron.
Are you volunteering?
23.
Not
okay,
particularly.
So, Pyrus, you don't seem
I think it
to
sounds
know
like he
you
volunteered
don't
to me.
feel that there's any difference in the size of the orb or the bubble. Droplet. There we go. Let's think of some good terms
Bibble.
here. Roger, you kind of came to the same conclusion. If it did have some of it disappear, it's such a small amount that it's such a small amount of flu in the first place. It's kind of hard to tell. So with what happened, if it did decrease at all, it is such a minute amount that it's very hard to distinguish, and you're not certain.
Well, that is not good.
So now the snakes at this point kind of try to like keep backing behind each other as they keep trying to make one of them the other ones in front, and there's this constant Congo line of snakes kind of trying to go behind each other.
Trying to not be first.
Yes.
They're like, nope, 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 nope.
But they don't get too far away. They get
about
about
broken wood?
10 to 15 feet away before they feel kind of uncomfortable. But yeah.
I'm gonna fill an empty potion bottle full of that shit.
Okay. So make an acrobatics check as you pull up.
You got it.
So you try to thumb out some, then.
If only you had safer ways of doing this, like magic.
I ain't no magic boy.
I ain't no magic.
You mean my
And
snakes?
his arm.
What was it?
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics. Yeah, acrobatics is +1, 13.
Okay, so you do manage
You
to
feel lucky?
one of your
No.
vials that you have from your potions that you guys have heavily consumed recently. You do manage to get some into there. You can put a cork stopper on it if you'd like. How much of the vial do you want to fill up?
Most of it.
Most of
I
it.
want a vial of soul juice, please.
Okay, so you can say you can have a full vial. There has to be a little bit of space in between the top and the cork.
Yeah.
So you can say one full vial of oh god. I have to name it.
Soul
for you.
juice.
No, we're not gonna call it soul juice. That's pretty. I mean,
That's what
you know
I'm
what?
naming
If you
it.
want to call it that, be my guess.
Juice of soul.
Naming it might give you more leads into what it is. So, sure, soul juice is fine. You might want to put in parentheses
Okay, what's
Hag's
the name?
cauldron juice or something, just to make sure I know what the hell it is you're talking about in the future.
Perhaps it has something to do with the server password.
Maybe.
So drink it. What?
All right, let's do this. Is there a little ditch somewhere? Is there a ditch or something nearby? Like a...
Yes, there was. There was a hole in the ground that was recently dug, kind of shoveled back in, that Evelyn found by the dog. It's some disturbed ground over there.
We dug it
All
up,
right, let's-
didn't we?
Let's see how it. Want to see how it reacts with water.
Yeah, it was bones in there, I think, wasn't it?
You found with a little bit of very slight mage hand, like a very not lazy way to dig. You scooped out some dirt and you found like a bone. Yes.
Yeah. There's a bone ditch over there. I'm sure you can.
A bone ditch. I just want to place
What
it a
bone
little
ditch?
bit in
We
water.
haven't
see what
dug it up
happens.
yet?
Bone ditch.
If I may, I'd prefer not to do science experiments. I just want to be rid of it.
I was kind of thinking.
I understand.
By the way,
Maybe
you
can
have
just
had
kinda
about 3
dilute it
minutes
up.
transpire. Oh gosh, no, it's been about 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes of telekinesis left.
Yeah, but whatever we do, we gotta do just kind of quickly. I can't
Into the
do
house.
this much.
Burn it down.
I would like to cast Enhance Ability on myself.
Your snakes will despawn.
Yes, that's
Okay.
fine.
So they kind of sigh with relief without having to be test subjects to your inhumane,
Wow.
inhumane usage of contra animals. All right, what are you casting on your what kind of enhance ability?
My enhancement, I am pretty sure is the bull.
Okay, so that's
No, the bear's endurance. My bad. So I get temporary HP. So 2d6 of temp HP.
at level 2. You're
God.
casting at level 2.
Yes.
All right.
What do you want temp
Which is
HP for?
3
Oh god.
Wild guess.
3 temporary HP.
Well, that's pretty low.
Yeah, I rolled that.
Hmm.
Roderick,
Yes.
obviously we're not supposed to be here. And the things that are here are not good, correct?
Very much so.
Do you think that the witch itself might be hiding something in this cauldron?
Didn't we already fish stuff out?
Fish out like eyeballs and stuff.
Yeah.
We fished out a bunch of gems.
Oh no, the gems. Yeah.
Mhm.
Want the little girl's soul still in it? Which we gotta do something about.
Not from the cauldron, though.
Yeah,
found
from the
empty
cauldron.
ones.
Was it from the cauldron?
We found
Yeah.
empty soul gems in the cauldron.
Don't reach into the cauldron.
Do you think there is more down there?
You really want to reach in there, don't you?
Okay. It's a possibility.
We used a ladle to fish around in there earlier.
There was
Oh,
the
wait.
little gem things, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's all we found.
The empty
Mm.
gems, mind
Well,
you.
we found one with stuff in it.
Gems.
Well, that was the one with the little girl in the puzzle thing.
Mhm.
Hello?
Yeah, it's just the music bot. I recognize that music track's probably not appropriate for your guys' current mood. So,
So, burn it all down, yes? Good, yes, excellent.
I will cast another ability here.
Oh
Oh,
my
no.
god.
Create or destroy water and see if that works on this cauldron.
Destroy,
yeah, how are you using it?
destroy the water.
Carefully and by destroying the water.
Destroying water. Okay, yeah. Just that you have options, right? You could flood it with
Yes.
water, and you could destroy water. Destroy water. All right. Well, so you attempt to cast a spell onto the viscous fluid, and there is no effect. Spell is lost.
Mm,
It is not water at all.
Now you drink it.
wait, the house is wooden, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna take a drop, and he's gonna fire it at the at a wall at the house.
All right, so you just probably with your last 3 minutes at this point of telekinesis. Chuck him rapidly doing science experiments now. Chuck a ball of it towards the house. It splatters against the wood, and you see it kind of just run down. Very similar to like a raindrop against the window, but you see it run down the side of the wall, and then eventually rests against the ground. And it still seems to it kind of reforms itself into a little bubble or bead-like shape against the ground.
Let's take that all back and throw it back in there.
Roger.
So you
have to
grab
realize-
that same bead, you pick it back up, and you put it back in the cauldron. All right.
What the fuck?
This may not be a regular wooden house.
Can we do something with this?
Let's just put.
move
Is there a
on.
lid somewhere? Is there a lid?
The lid.
Oh,
The lid.
You quickly look around. There is no lid on the up here at the moment.
Shit.
It'd be in
Somebody,
the
can
cellar.
somebody go inside and get the lid?
I'm
See
gonna
if there's a
step
lid.
up. I'm just gonna approach and try and pick up the cauldron with my hands.
All right, you can go and make an athletics check. Aniel's gonna go head down into the basement to go look for a lid because she's the closest to the cellar. Feeling that you're
Oh
probably
my
talking to
gosh.
her to do it, so she's looking down there right now.
Okay. Can we? If there's a lid, we can just throw it in a bag of holding. Worry about it another time.
We're just gonna throw.
You know that
the
it will
cauldron in
not
bag
fit
of
in the bag of holding. The bag of holding's entryway, how big the bag can be to gain entry into it, it will not take the full cauldron. In
call
fact,
Rubs
Ed,
his-
yeah.
I call Rose his temples and then he heads inside.
Can we just get rid of this now, please?
And then
We have other
anything
things
else
we
you guys
can
want to do while you're with this cauldron? Are there your last 2 minutes of telekinesis?
10 on athletics.
Oh, yeah, athletics. What was your check? What's your roll?
10.
10. It's heavy, but you do manage to get it off the ground. You're a little bit bow-legged as you're doing it. It's this really awkward posture. You kind of like tip a little bit forward, you go a little bit backwards, and you see the fluid inside tip away from you and then tip towards you, and you're like, and it's very, very precarious. You don't splash any on yourself, but it's not a very enjoyable experience. You recognize the longer you hold on to it, the harder it's going to be to your muscles to support it for a long period of time, and an accident might happen in the very short near future.
I'm gonna move it
Okay.
to
Okay.
the
All right, so,
Can I dig a quick ditch? Like
so
a very
Thorek
tiny ditch
starts
like this?
waddling his way
Yep.
with it towards the
And
house.
then he waddled away.
I would say you would not be able to dash right now with how like heavy it is, but so you can move like 30 feet per turn. Roderick, what are you trying to do?
I just want to say, can I make a quick, like a real small ditch, like tiny, just enough to hold a little bit of water?
A hole.
You gotta dig
Yes,
it.
a very, yes, a hole. Yes, a very small ditch.
Okay, so are you trying to
However you want
telekinetically dig it? Is what you're asking me?
Yes, you're gonna use it.
So I'm
telekinesis is not meant to be digging ditches. I would challenge
Just
this.
use other rocks to dig ditches
I mean,
with telekinesis.
You could. I mean, but he's basically saying
Yeah,
like
sure.
that would be like bashing the ground with rocks, hoping it's gonna form holes in the ground. Like,
All right, no, take a small drop, very small drop, thumb size again out of that, and take out his canteen and pour some water on his.
just take your whole canteen, you unscrew it real quick because you realize your telekinesis is gonna fade in the next minute and a half. So you're gonna contaminate your canteen basically.
No, putting it on the ground.
He's
I'm
gonna
pouring it
pour
on the
water
ground.
on
Alright,
it.
so you dump some water on the ground basically. You form a little puddle basically. What you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Put the droplet in.
I'll remind you guys because it's been a while. So the ground is a heavily moss-covered ground. It's like there's parts of earth that you can see, but most of it's covered with like a very thick vegetation. So with that, actually to your advantage is that the vegetation would actually help pull up liquid longer, so it wouldn't get absorbed in the ground. You manage to get a little patch of it together, and you then dump some water into it, and it has a small little puddle of sorts that will last for a period of time. You then grab your droplet with your last minute of telekinesis here, and you drop your droplet into the water. And there seems to be no chemical reaction. The droplet rests in the water, but it seems to hold into its shape. It does not mix with the fluid.
All right, let's take it back, drop it in there, and
I'm trying right now.
just have a
it's
minute.
really awkward.
All right.
Why are you still holding that?
Yes. Yes.
Well, he's
try
just bringing it back. He
God.
was heading towards the front, is what it was. So
Okay.
that's what Thoric is, and so he's gonna spend like the next 20 seconds, 30 seconds before he gets inside, and he's gonna get into the living room with the cauldron. So you know, during this period of time is when you did your little experiment, and then you ran back over to Thoric and you threw the droplet back into the cauldron.
This is nonsense.
Do you think this is smart, Evelyn?
Aniel comes up out of the cellar now. I don't see any, and she doesn't see Roderick. Any lids anywhere?
Yeah, I don't think.
Heard you.
Yeah, they
Heard
were this
you.
way.
So then the group makes its way back inside. Thoric, you get to the doorway, and you know at this point you do need to make another check. It's been long enough. Make another athletics check.
Alright, I'm good
Don't
at this,
suck.
I think. Ooh, that's better. 12? No, 13.
13. You take 8 acid damage.
Ow!
As it tips a little bit, and your muscles are starting to burn from the lactic acid inside your muscles in the first place, and that excess weight at that point, you just didn't have the control you needed, and a little bit splashed up onto, let's say it splashed up onto your forearm and come down your wrist a bit, so you get this kind of burning sensation, like as you quickly put it down on the ground, and you kind of like rub your arm off real quick, and there's kind of this bleached-looking skin there that stings.
Oh,
Bleaches your skin.
Call's just sitting on the chair with a torch in his hand, not lit, just kind of twirling it.
If only we had a better way to move this thing. I look around the room.
Roger enters at this point.
Make a perception check.
What are we
Or-
trying to do with it?
That's a good question. What are we trying to
I
do
don't
with this?
know.
I
So far,
concur.
I got a nice
What
tattoo.
is the goal here?
Are we studying those circles upstairs and then we can move on after burning this place down?
What he said it would take a while to do that, no?
And it's also of note that I do not have enough ink available to me to transcribe any of that, which, if we destroyed this house, we would lose the ability for me to come back here and research that in the future.
How much ink do you need?
Well, I mean, you would. Do you have ink on you?
About 2 ounces on me.
Also, the witch had ink.
No,
in
you
her stud.
need a certain kind of ink. It's ink that's designed. It's a fine ink. Unfortunately,
the
normal
lady
ink does not work
that-
for.
Wouldn't the hag have that? Did you check her stashes to see if she
It
had
was-
that?
We checked upstairs.
I
it was
haven't
mostly
gone looting through her
evaporated out.
belongings. I don't know if she has ink or anything. I mean, you guys have been poking around this building just as long as I have. I haven't seen any. Do you want to go through another quick run through and see if we find anything of use?
Pretty sure there wasn't any.
I grabbed the ink in the place where she had her desk.
Okay.
I bring it
But-
over.
So
wasn't
it's in an
This is like
inkwell.
an ink.
So you just drag the desk.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't need to drag it.
To expedite this, because this is that ink is not substantial enough to be for writing down a spell. It needs to be a higher quality ink. To copy spells in a wizard book, you need high quality ink, basically. And it's very expensive. It's 50 gold per spell slot.
All right, let's just burn the house down.
So even when I looked at his assets, he does not have enough gold to write even the lowest level spell he saw up there. So at least on his character. So it means he would not have that ink available to him. So, but if we burn it down, I couldn't come back in the future to transcribe it.
Can we make a decision? Are we burning it down or what?
Burn it down.
Yes, I think tipping the cauldron and then burning the house down would be the best.
Then we take the gem back to the little girl and move on with our lives.
But
We can report this to the authorities, and they can come check this out.
After we
What
burn
if-
it down.
what if there's more gems inside there?
Well, we're gonna find out when we tip it
Well,
over.
what if
Yes.
there are gems like the one we have right here that is not empty? What if there's other gems that?
It'll come out when we tip it over. We can just kind of.
Where are we going to
Okay.
tip it over, per se?
Anywhere.
Right here, and I'll put my
On the
leg
floor!
on the upside of.
Well, hold on.
Yep.
Why didn't we just dump it in the cellar then? It's a enclosed space. We would have just gotten to the top of the stairs and tipped it over and.
You know what? We already made it this far. I'm not moving it back.
He like looks down to his forearm. It still stings a little bit.
Plus,
If you want to.
it will pool on the floor, and with the house hopefully burning down properly, it should be covered in time.
Well, if that's the plan, I'm getting the hell out of here because I don't want to get splashed.
Evelyn just walks out of the house.
Annie runs out too.
Whatever
She
this is.
does not want to be involved with that. I'll remind you that the room that you're in has floorboards, but the floorboards have large amounts of spaces in between them. If you dump a fluid in there, it's probably going to leak through. But I'm sure you guys don't give a shit at this point. You just want to be done with it.
Is it gonna leak to the cellar, right? Or no?
Oh no. Let's just dump it.
He's just pushing his leg a little bit, just at a time, ever so slightly itching to just dump.
So at this point, we have Evelyn, Baldric, and Anne. You'll have vacated the living arrangement. All right, so then it looks like everyone bails out. Only a call and Fork are there.
A call is twirling his
Like
torch
half
in
in
his
the door.
hand as he starts to
Robert's
light it.
happening.
Right.
I must insist,
Say when.
Mrs. Astera, that we probably shouldn't do this. There's really good magic up there. If we could postpone this, I could.
At this point, you guys are now still.
But is there anything worth, is it worth risking someone else's life by not?
Well, we could dump the cauldron somewhere else or hide it, and we don't have to burn the place down. It's kind of barbaric, don't you think?
Well, this lady was.
So at
pretty
this point,
barbaric.
it doesn't matter. The smoke starts accumulating in the building. As a call, so a call. Don't forget that we do have an audience that might be listening but not watching, so they don't see that chat. So when you make an action, it's much better for you to vocalize it, so that way we actually. For example, for me, I don't watch the rebroadcast. I listen to it, so I don't even know you're doing an action there.
The way I kind of see it though is like as they're talking, just like fire pluming out of the stuff into the kitchen.
He's like slowly going room by room, starting fires.
So a call is basically with a torch starting to light the dwelling inside. So a call is you light the den on fire. As you make your way into the kitchen, you see the murdered shop of horrors of meats and bones all over the place, and the sacks of varying reagents and flesh along the wall. You start trying to light portions of this wood on fire, and it does not light because it seems to be heavily soaked in something.
I am going to take one of the. I'm assuming there's like a knife on the counter or something.
There is a
Maybe.
butcher's. There is a cleaver off to the one area.
I want to shave
as
some
you start looking around and realize, like, maybe what should I do? You do see a fair amount of smoke coming out of the study and going, maybe I don't really need to light more of the house on fire at this point.
Yeah, it's burning well. I'm just gonna toss the torch in here and head out the back.
All right, so you head out the back, and Thoric, as that was happening, you still hear Baldric protesting with Evelyn, and they're talking. And you now start hearing the footsteps and the creaking, and you look to your left down towards the study, and there's just a huge amount of smoke starting to plume up there. And you go, "Yep, fire started." You see the cauldron in front of you; it's still intact.
Carl, is everything alright in there? Just say when.
You hear his footsteps make his way into the kitchen, and then just kind of gets quiet. And now you're just starting to hear this as the wood cracks and creaks as it's starting to catch on fire. The call seems to have disappeared. You don't know where he is anymore. It's been about 10 seconds.
Dump it. Kick it.
Timber! And I'll kick it over and move
Perhaps
back
we
with-
should get further away from the dwelling.
I agree.
And he almost
Let's-
kind of gets
let's
a
do that.
little bit more space.
I'm gonna keep
Alrighty,
walking.
does
Does
further
anything look like
away.
it came out? Is there any more crystals? Anything
Well,
that came out as?
so Thoric, you want to tip it over, right?
Yep.
Jesus.
Make an athletics check.
Athletics.
Ripped.
Alright. Wow. Okay. That's 9.
As you try to tip it over, your hand slips a little bit.
I know, it's the leg.
And you almost have your hand get dunked right into it, but you manage to pull it away without fully dunking your hand. You're like, oh shit! Sweat starts beating on your face. You start feeling a lot of heat, and you start looking at your hands. Your hands are starting to get coated in sweat. And you're like, oh shit, this is gonna be a little challenging. I don't know if I could tip it now.
I walk
Domo,
in there
you do
and I
not
push
see
it
that.
off.
You're up
all
front.
right.
You do
Roderick,
not
see
see
it.
that.
Cast guidance.
Only
Dang.
Roderick sees this right now.
Can I not just kick it
I guess
over?
guidance
It's a
on
cauldron.
him.
I'm a strong guy.
It's like 60 pounds of weight, my man.
I can carry like 200.
And you have a lot of weight on you right now.
Yeah, I can.
You
I
roll
can
a
carry
9,
200
okay?
extra.
You roll a freaking 9.
I'll
All right,
pick it
cast
up.
guidance on him, and I will try to help.
All right, so Roderick, you
kick
run in
it.
there. As you run in there, there's a fair amount of smoke. You start coughing, but you do manage to to put your hand on him. You cast guidance on Thoric. As you guys recognize, it's now starting to get harder to breathe. There's a fair amount of smoke. You actually starting to see the flames from the left side of the building as they're starting to lick their way into the living room. And you do recognize the doorway is incredibly close to the study.
We gotta do this quickly. Let's go.
I'll just kick
Push
it
it over.
How hard
Push
can
it
it be?
over.
Make another athletics check to find out.
With advantage.
Famous last
Why would
words.
he have
How-
advantage? He has guidance.
Because Roderick's
Roderick's
helping
a-
him.
You're gonna help him, Roger? Oh yeah, sure. He has advantage
right.
then. So you guys can share the failure if it happens.
Nat 20.
Not 20. All right. So
Get
with
wrecked.
that, you guys then do manage with Roderick. He kind of like pulls one of the handles to the side, and with that you then kind of put your foot underneath it. Your other hands, you grab the other handle and you lift, and it tips, and you tip it away from you two, so none of it splashed on you. And you see it flush out into the living room because you guys are here. So I guess you're staring kind of towards the couch, and you see this wash out into the couch and then start seeping through the floorboards immediately. It gets out to about towards the stairwell, kind of splashes off in that direction. Does not look like it rebounds off towards your guys' current positioning. But as soon as you do that, part of the wooden support structure back here kind of cracks and breaks, and you see the roof above you fall about a foot but catch itself. It looks like it's gonna fall to pieces very soon here.
All right, real quick. Does it look like any other crystals came out?
I'll help him look.
And you can make a perception check at disadvantage. There's enough smoke in here; it's hard to tell.
With help, or can I make a separate one?
You guys can make them or help. I don't care. It's your choice.
All right. 24.
With disadvantage.
With disadvantage. Never mind.
Still
20.
good.
21.
Okay.
12.
So what did you roll?
21 with disadvantage.
Okay, but what did you roll? The actual
19
merit?
and a 16.
19 and 16. Okay, you have a +5 in perception.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure you didn't use the guidance because that would have been used on the. Well, actually, I guess
yeah,
it
no, I
technically didn't get used. But all right, sure. So, did more things fall out? Yes. A large amount of hubris fell out. You saw this these white objects that kind of look like they're very brittle and very scarred through some kind of chemical or caustic damage to it. It looks like it's kind of maybe in between the portion of maybe a stone or some kind of rock sediment. but it's really hard to tell what it is exactly as you just see kind of bounce against the ground and crackle. There's a fair amount of those. There seems to be no organic material inside it. There are a couple other gems that do fall past there. Some of them actually do fall through the floorboards. Others do not. It looks like they're, from a quick guess, you think there'd probably be another 3 to 5. It's hard to tell the exact amount. At this point, you're starting to cough as the smoke is entering into your lungs. It's getting really hot.
Mage Hand, scoop him up and get out of there.
I'm first getting out of there and then casting Mage Hand and also scooping, just throwing them right behind me, not even looking where I'm.
You have the choice to grab or run out.
All right, well, I guess I'm grabbing.
Okay.
God, run out.
All right, so Roderick bails. I'm out. Peace. He leaves. Thoric?
I'm grabbing them gems.
All right, so you're gonna use Mage Hand to grab them?
Yes.
Okay, so make an intelligence check.
Arcana?
Not Arcana, intelligence. You're puppeting it with your casting.
13.
13. You grab 2 of them, and you turn to leave.
All
And
right.
as you turn to leave, the roof falls another couple feet. Make a strength saving throw.
Ooh.
Wait,
12.
as we're outside,
Uh-oh.
God, you're a strength-based character. How do you fit?
I'm rolling everything under fucking 5 today.
What are you talking about? You
that
rolled a
feels.
20 and a 19
Alright,
and a 16
so-
earlier.
So the roof comes craning down, and you find yourself instinctively like putting your hands above your head to prevent yourself from being collapsed upon. You do find yourself getting pinned down as part of the roof collapses against you. You're knocked prone. There's an object on top of you. You're technically considered restrained inside the house, as well as your exit gets blocked off, and smoke
Alright,
is flowing
I'd like
out.
to
It's
cast
hot.
Thunder Wave
You
and get
immediately
this
take
off me.
4 fire damage as the flames are starting to burn into you at this point. And you said you want to cast Thunder Wave now?
Can I Thunder Wave the wreckage off me and just get out of here? Or just would it be easier to just take it off me with my own strength?
Depending on what you roll.
I mean, you can sure try. What do you want to do?
This is great.
Everyone else, you see Roderick come
Kick it off.
running out, and then you see the door collapse behind it, and Thorak did not come out with him.
Where's Thor?
Amy tried to grab something. You said the doorway. Just Eldritch Blast the doorway. I
What?
want to Eldritch Blast the doorway.
Okay, so,
While he's still in there?
so you Eldritch
I'll-
Blast the
yes.
doorway. Okay, make a magic attack.
Wait, what?
That just collapsed.
What's wrong with the bot?
We hear no things from the bot.
Yeah, it's like it's just suddenly died. All right, we're gonna load the other bot.
What comes down? No.
All right, what'd you roll? I'm sorry.
15.
15. Yeah, you fire several Eldritch blasts right into the door frame as you see parts of it splinter and break off.
I mean what came down, not the actual.
Yeah, you're trying to blow and break it
Yeah.
free, correct? Is your goal here?
Yes.
Right. So
Just making sure.
so with that, you do fire 2 blasts and you break off a lot of the debris blocking your way, and you get a visual of Thorak, who's currently pinned underneath some kind of support structure from the roof. It's just kind of like laying on top of him. He's on his side. His like right arm is free, but his left hand seems to be pinned on top of his chest from the lumber on top of him. Thorak, you have your right hand free at the moment, but the rest of you is
Alright,
currently
I'll
restrained.
try and Thunder Wave the wreckage and just bunch it away from me towards that direction.
Sure. Okay, so it makes a Constitution saving throw, I think.
Yep.
Alright.
Make the
Good
luck.
luck
would
with making
have
that
a
con
con saving
save,
throw.
Wood.
Yeah.
Should automatically fail. It's an inanimate object.
So with that, roll damage.
It is living wood. How you feel?
11.
11. All right, yeah. So with that, with your right hand, you kind of aim it towards yourself. You're like, oh, this is gonna be loud, as you know it's gonna make a large, like booming sound, effectively. You place your hand kind of near the beam. Oh, the other block came right back. That's
Welcome back.
Welcome back, bot.
All right. So that, and you just thunder wave it into the beam on top of you. You'll take half damage as it's collateral damage, as thunder wave is meant to be pushed, aimed away from you, and you're basically aiming it like within your vicinity. So
Rolled.
you take 5 thunder damage, I guess is what it would be, right?
Yes, correct.
And then the beam is blasted off of you as it gets flying off. You see spin several times horizontally as it plows right into the couch. The couch breaks into 2 pieces, is where it damaged in the first place. And then as it flies off and breaks into the couch, and the couch breaks in 2 pieces, you see the floor beneath it immediately break, and a sinkhole almost appear as the floorboards start breaking underneath you, falling beneath you. What do you want to do?
Just jump up. Fucking run. What do you think?
To
I'm
use
gonna observe
grasping
it.
vine?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
So with that,
Mike uses grasping vine.
Pyrus is using grasping vine.
Yes.
Sure. All right. You
Whip him right out of
You
there.
grasping vine at him. With your combined
You need
efforts
to
of him
make a
moving and your
dexterity
grasping
saving
vine,
throw.
Thoric, you find yourself the ground as you crawl forward as fast as you can, trying to get on your feet to sprint out. The ground slips, falls. You find yourself falling down as you stare down into the smoke beneath you. You hear a liquid sound, just dripping against the floor. And as you look down into the darkness, before you impact, a vine wraps itself around your wrist and yanks you out. You find your shins hitting the floorboards as you get pulled out. You take 1 bludgeoning damage, but you are outside the house, within, like on top of the patio right now. And you certainly, your shins hurt, your arm hurts, your body hurts.
Are you alive?
The house creaks and moans as parts of it continue to fall in on itself. We should really get away from here. Quickly, please, hurry! And Baldric just makes his way out as fast as his old body can take him.
At this point, I kind of just walk around the corner, like dusting my hands together, soot all over my body.
What the hell happened? Call.
So the party, I would surmise you guys vacate the area, get a good 30 feet away as it starts getting uncomfortably warm near it, so close. You see the entire building is basically getting engulfed in flames. Some of the fire kind of licks outside past the wood, and the building starts collapsing in on itself. After about 30 seconds to a minute, this seems this building was very combustible. You notice that the tower collapses in on itself, and as that collapses in, effectively everything besides the kitchen has fully fallen onto itself into a giant rubble, and the kitchen looks like it's the only walls that are still standing, but they're being charred away. And over the next couple of minutes, it would be just a relatively a huge bonfire is what you guys would see.
Oh, this place is pretty flammable.
Akal stands, hands on his hips, happy with his accomplishment.
So it's been about 3 to 4 minutes since you started the fire, and Thoric, you are licking your wounds.
Barely
Dust
alive,
myself
some
off.
vines wrapped around him.
No, I'm actually fine.
But there are vines on you.
It would be gone by now.
Aw.
Yeah. Well,
Alright.
that was certainly something. I've been through worse. Dusting myself off and sort of get up, shake off, and sort of just keep scratching that place where acid got me. Because I assume it itches.
I would like
little.
to analyze Mr. Thorek and see his wounds.
Okay, you're trying to see what kind of damage he has on him?
Yes,
Make a medicine check.
I would love to. I would. Alright. 16.
Slightly banged up, but he looks reasonable of health and mind. None of the injuries seem to be anything that would be fatal. He should be able to recover, and even the weird bleaching on his skin will probably heal with time. There might be a little blotch later on, near where the core where the acid struck, but overall you'll think that probably no bigger than maybe a quarter of a circle. In worst case scenario, if it had
You're
augmented
fine.
healing magic, it would definitely heal fine.
I'll pat him on the shoulder. You're fine.
I know.
Very good.
Thanks, though. Well,
as part of the building collapses more into itself. Some
I did manage
sparks
to
kind of
get-
fly up into the air as you see smoke kind of billowing out of it, and some ash starting to kind of collect against the ground near you guys.
I did manage to get a couple of these gems. Hopefully it was worth it. There was still some stuff in there.
All that magic lost. Ugh.
I'll
Sorry.
just have them out in front of me to whoever's taking them. Or do you want me to hold on to them? They're just... I don't know what they are.
I'd say just put them in a bag of holding. For now.
Okay.
Doma.
Sorry, what?
He wants to know if you can put them in the back of holding the gems,
Oh yeah.
the 2 extra gems. All right, so Doma add 2. What do we call them? Depleted gems, I think. So you add 2 more into the back of holding. Is there anything else for us here? Did we accomplish what our goal was?
I believe so.
I
Yep.
suppose so, yeah. I mean, if you want to wait a little bit for this to die down just to make sure we could, but we could just
Make an intelligence check,
kind
Roderick.
of... Yay, I'll just check. $13.
A building of that size, you reckon probably you could do a short rest and it would be enough of it destroyed. The flames would be down enough that it would be possible for you to poke around again. But that'd be about an hour.
Maybe about an hour. We could possibly head back in. So would you guys
For-
want to...
For what
There could be
exactly?
hazards, right? But that
Right.
it would be safe, and
Just-
you think it would be safe enough in about an hour.
Just to make sure that, everything's taken care of in here. We don't have to. But it is just an hour.
All right, well, I'm sitting down then.
And Baldric finds like a rock and just sits down against it.
You know, that was a little
see-
reckless what you two did back there. We could have designed some kind of string pulley system or something, and surely
I
have
was sort
gotten
of expecting. I was sort of expecting a shout out when he was ready, but I guess the flames did that for him.
I didn't know, maybe if I cast my telepathic bond, our communication skills would have been better, but
Oh,
too late for that again.
Oh, you guys had some sort of problems with the flames.
You look at him like Thoric, and
Carl.
Thoric's got like a bunch of like ash sit on his face too. He looks a little
it
banged
caught
up.
a little too quickly. Just a little too quickly.
You did not see the flames and smoke. You did not leave immediately?
Well, I was expecting a shout out from you, as I said. Give me a shout out when you're ready.
There was smoke coming from the study.
And
I
you
think
were
they
still
were.
in
I think
there.
they were expecting you to say, "Hey, I'm gonna start the house on fire" before you started the house on fire.
I walked into the study with a lit torch.
Listen.
I think
Anyway.
communication needs to be improved a little bit.
I concur with that. We definitely need to communicate better.
Call is like in disbelief right now.
Oh, come on. Don't blame this one on me.
You can't blame the victim of this. I
What did
mean,
you
come
stay in
on.
the house for longer?
I saved him.
Good job.
Well
what did
done,
you stay in the
pirate.
house for longer?
What was that?
I think they were trying to get some gems out of the cauldron. Is that what you guys were waiting for, right?
Yeah, that was the idea. We were gonna tip it over, see what's inside, and then set the house on fire. But, the flames came sooner for some reason. Just giving a call some shade. A bunch of
that's-
them.
Magic.
Big
All
draw.
right, guys.
Magic.
Let's
Listen,
just relax.
worry
Everything
about it.
worked out.
well, I only managed to get 2 out of, say, 5 to 6 gems that were in there.
Who knows? Maybe it'll still be there. We can get it a little after resting up for a little bit.
How's Enniel looking?
Interesting question. In what way? You mean attractiveness level, health
It's
level?
always
What-
a
what-
10.
what
Come
is it
on,
you want?
health level.
Because you know, if on attractiveness level, I mean, Evelyn did
Always
her
a 10.
Evelyn did her hair earlier, right? So she's looking great.
Right.
Uh,
Looking great.
let's see. Okay, so health level. Medicine. I mean, are you doing from a visual gauge, or are you going to actually go pro?
I'm gonna go check it up.
All
Yeah,
right.
pro and prod. See how she's doing. That was like a rough thing.
Go ahead and so you move up to her, and she's sitting
How are you
sitting
feeling,
near
Daniel?
Baldric to it at the moment, off to the side like NPCs do. And you kind of shamble your way over there. And you check her pulse and such. Make a medicine check there, Doma. Don't forget to subtract your 1 from your total since your wisdom's so far.
15.
15.
Minus
Ah,
1 luck.
You used a luck?
Always.
Jeez, my God, anything with Daniel.
You know, you can ask me. I'll help.
All right,
Medical
so
check.
health-wise, she's pale. You're looking as you come over to her. She seems to be. Oh God, with a 15 it'd be enough. You see that she's clutching her, not clutching, but she's cradling her right arm at the moment. Which prods you to check that area specifically, and as you attempt to look over her arm, she actually tries to intervene or intercept you and stop you from it. But then there's this almost like childish, like parent grabbing the kid as the kid's got a cookie in their hand or something like that. A very futile struggle from Aniel as eventually you manage to grab her arm and you look down her forearm and you see there's still some of that lingering like electrical pattern, like it's very jagged and geometric, like a line that sparks off at different directions and runs down her arm. It's no longer glowing like a vibrant white, but there is this, it's a very discolored look across her skin, like her skin has scarred with this almost like bolt of lightning that struck through her from her fingertips down her palm through her forearm, and basically almost gets up to the elbow, but stops there.
What causes this to happen, Enniel?
I'm fine. Everything's okay.
This doesn't look fine to me.
She kind of pulls her arm away from you now and kind of hides it from you.
Are you going to be okay?
I hope so. My intent's not to, after all the time and waiting, I wouldn't just want to have squandered, right?
Let's see what I can do to help. And I begin casting Lay on Hands after I slowly pull her arm back. Trying to focus on that. Since we're waiting an hour.
As you try to grab her hand, she pulls it away from you. I'm okay. I'm fine. Please.
Listen, I'm gonna cast this spell either way. Just let me do it.
Make a persuasion check.
Rip. Say it. Say it.
Easy gonna lucky it.
17.
She's a +5, right? You rolled like a 12?
I have a +9
Oh my
to
god.
my persuasion.
Jesus, fuck your character. God damn it. I need you to be bad at more things. Alright.
I'm bad at a lot of things.
Well, alright, let's see. Let's leave it up to chance. Alright, so you said it was what was it, 17?
Yes.
Here we go, Aniel.
You gotta beat her. I just gotta find her stupid character sheet. That's a pretty high roll.
Oh, it was a really low roll.
Yours was. Hers is higher. I'm okay. Please. It's not like I don't appreciate it. I'm just need a moment and I'll be okay. Thank you though.
First heal it is. I try and do it. in
God,
one
you
go.
do not take no. Jeez. For an answer. All right, so
Yeah.
you so you're going to just heal any part of her, or just that area specifically?
That area.
All right, so I'll allow the heal, but the thing is,
It's just a touch.
You have to touch that area specifically. That's what you're gonna want to do. So this would
That
be
area
your
specifically.
athletics check versus her dex or athletics check, and I'm pretty sure she's gonna use dex. So go ahead and make a just make a strength check. Well, no, it's technically grappling. Go ahead and make a athletics check because that's your strongest, and I'll do her acrobatics. Wow, that's high.
That's fine. I rolled low.
Got a 19 for her.
I rolled lower than the 19.
Oh my god. All right. So as you reach out to grab her arm and you start having the healing energy starting to coalesce around your fingers, she recognizes it and she gets up and she puts distance between you and her, and she's got a good 4 or 5 feet between you now. I'm okay, and I would appreciate it if you would respect my decision. And there's this very scowl on her face as she's taking slight steps away from you.
He just puts his hands up. Fine. I understand.
So at that moment, I would imagine Adomus would probably back off just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything anyone else wants to do?
Lay down and relax for a minute.
Okay. So an hour goes by. Couple quips between a call and Thorak, I'm sure. But them continually sort of wrestling with the notion about maybe not starting fires without telling people, and then call going, it's kind of obvious. There was smoke. You should have saw the signs. An hour transpires, and you do recognize the flames have abated. The smoke seems to have subsided to a fair degree. There still is smoke coming out of it. It has fully collapsed in itself. It's a bunch of rubble at this point. You reckon that you probably could sift through it, and as long as you don't go too near the center, it'd probably be okay. If you go to the core of the ashes, it's gonna be pretty hot still.
Was that a short rest?
Yes, a short rest has been fulfilled.
I'd like to roll some hit.
You can use hit dice. Your spell slots are set.
No, they're not.
Roderick.
Yay! All spent.
Yeah, man, you guys have a bunch of frustrating characters to deal with. Can't punish
Wow.
you enough. Can't punish you enough.
Oh, that's
Oh,
Is
just,
that your only goal? Is that your only goal to punish us?
No,
think
I
you've
mean
done plenty
honestly, it's
to me,
not.
thanks.
It's just it's
I think
great
you
when you
punish us
guys.
enough right then.
It's great when you punish yourselves by lighting fires to buildings without alerting each other and being stubborn.
wow.
Is this group usually like this?
Are you asking me?
Define what you mean.
I'm asking both of you. Those two all going. Those two being.
Awkward?
them.
A little less to this degree. This is
Yeah.
off day for us, I think.
Call's laying in the grass, soot covered, staring up at the sky.
I
You mean
looked
the
around.
moss?
You mean Kyle didn't say he was setting the house on fire yet? You are still in there?
Not to my knowledge. Nah. It happens. It's just a learning experience, right?
It happens. You could have died.
I
Well,
don't think
okay.
it's not dangerous.
So, it becomes a learning experience. This is how we have to look at it and move from here.
So what's the plan?
All right.
Oh,
So we can go two avenues. We can go like straight through the front door, or basically that side, or wait, three, or the back
Hold
door.
up, hold up.
Okay.
What is it you are looking for in this house at this point? We've come, we've killed the owner, we've destroyed her house.
Her corpse isn't even that far away.
Please don't say it like that.
We killed the demon dog. What could possibly be left for here for us to do? I just don't understand what you guys want to do.
I just want to make sure we did a thorough job. That's all. Nothing
Go
to
and
bite
do
us in
it.
the bud.
I cause a surprised Pikachu face, like, what the hell could we do more?
We've done it all. So
It's just gonna be a quick check, guys. Like a real quick check. Just
Then go
as I
check.
say, yes, Roger goes to the front door. He does not want
There's
to go.
not a
in,
door
but-
frame anymore, but yeah, you go
Yeah.
to that
the house is burned
vicinity.
down.
What it
Oh
used to
my
be.
God.
Gosh, come on now.
The front
Semantics.
hole, please.
So as you make
Yeah,
your
the
way
front hole.
into this rubble of the building, there's
I'm staying
there's
staying
certain-
away from that. I'm not going to the house.
there's
by the way.
certain structural supports that are kind of like partially ajar out of it, like bigger pieces that are probably still burning down at the base a little bit, but are poking out. So there's this tangled mesh of spikes coming out at certain angles, and there's a lot of like burnt hubris and ash and charred wood kind of near the core of it. You could start prying your way through if you'd like to try to get towards the middle, or climb on top of it. The moment that it's not like there's an open path for you just to walk down though. It's a
Eldritch Blast.
okay. So
Does
Six.
Thorak look like he's about to go into the building as well?
Hell no.
so Eldritch Blast. Okay, so Eldritch.
Yeah, just to clear the stuff in front.
So even if I were gonna say, roll to make you have it, you would cast it enough times to clear it, I reckon. So, we'll just say after several iterations, eventually you do blow up a hole wide enough with the debris to the side that you feel it's safe to take some steps inside, and you would gain entry into what would have been the living room prior. And as you look into the living room, you're kind of like where the door frame used to be. You see there's a huge hole in the ground that is just filled with a bunch of stuff, presumably probably the second floor, and as well as the roof and any of the furniture and stuff. And it looks like there's a bunch of mixed mingled junk in there. You look to the left where the study was, and the study looks like that that area is still the same elevation it was previously. It's not a hole in the ground. With that in mind, you go, okay, that's probably not. It was probably built against it. It was leveled to the ground. So that looks like it's another tangled web of hubris that you'd have to blow your way through to get to like the kitchen or something.
But I don't. Right now, we don't see any of the lingering the liquid at the moment. For the most part, that you can see.
You can make well. So this is
That's obviously visible.
Would you like to investigate for it, or do you want to try to perceive it? 'Cause there's a lot of hubris in your way right now, and you recognize there's this hole in the ground, which probably was the cellar previously.
Let's go with. As far as for the investigation, were you saying like, oh, I have to kind of?
Well,
have to go
investigation will let you interact with the environment. You'll pick up and move things to get better vantage.
Yeah, let's just do that.
Okay. So make an investigation roll, Roderick. Everyone else is kind of just off the side watching Roderick moving things on his own.
16.
16. So as you start picking up and moving small pieces of objects in your way, you see a hole where it seems a little bit less supported. So you figure if you move a little bit of it, you'll be able to clear it. And in fact, you go, you know what? I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast, and you blow up a part of this like shell. And as you blast this part, it kind of collapses off the side. And as it collapses, a good 4 foot wide region kind of just collapses down into the lower area. And as it lands, you hear a as it settles up to the dust after like 20 seconds, settling down. You can see a shimmer of a liquid down below. And the liquid moves just a little bit with ripples. And then you see kind of against itself as you see part of those white objects that you saw previously move around on the surface. And they start moving towards each other. As then suddenly the fluid slowly starts creeping up along the wall, moving up in altitude as you see it kind of get into like a snake-like visage as it peeks its head up out of the crater. And you see where there's these sockets where there would be eyes, and it's like ton that's made of that slime kind of just hanging off the side, and it looks right at you.
This is normal.
Yeah, it's totally normal. Really? Wait, so really now?
Yeah, this is what you see when you investigated.
All right, so give me like a
It kind of like twists its head just a little bit, kind of like a dog, like trying to study you for a brief period of time.
and it's formed from that liquid.
Yes, it looks like it's the same liquid. It's the same kind of green hue.
Is it the same snake?
So now,
All right, how close am I to it right
only
now?
Roderick sees this right now because everyone else did not want to investigate with them, and it's kind of there's
How
things
far am I
blocking
in?
it. How far is it away from you? It's within 10 feet of you.
Yeah, no, how? Yeah. Okay, so it's 10 feet.
It's within
and
10 feet of you.
How far am I? How far am I? Can anybody see me? Is where I'm getting at. Can
All right,
anyone see
let's
me?
just say this little black dot was the thing. All right, you would be roughly around here, and there's like a hole over here. Okay, let's get this different color. Oh gosh.
I mean, I'm staying within visual range. I'm just not approaching the house with everybody,
So
so,
let's
I
say-
can still see.
Let's say this. Well, you said you were sitting off by a rock somewhere or something like that. So
Well, I'm sitting outside. I'm not going up to approach. I'm wherever we were when we were waiting for the house to finish burning
the
down.
head's not above the ground too much. It's about level with your waist at the moment, Roderick.
Is this where they spilled the cauldron? Is that what you said?
It's in the living room.
Okay.
Okay. So, again, can
How much longer is he gonna poke around in there?
all right. So
I'm not
what
sure.
Roderick is going to do? He's going to try to speak into his mind.
Is everything
Yes,
okay,
he's
Roderick?
awakened mind. He would wave his hand, his right hand, kind of trying to gesture to come closer, just a little bit. To everyone.
All right, so you
And
turn
he would-
you turn your side and you start waving your hand. And as you gesture, you see.
No. He's not
He's not
doing
turning
it.
away from it.
It's not turning. It's not a pronounced motion. It's just basically his hands at the side, going to.
This is why I
kind
wish
of
we played in
gesture
real
with
life
it.
because I would see what you're trying to.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
here.
Mhm.
Unfortunately,
It's
we
supposed to
don't.
be like a slight motion.
All right, so
while
are you
at
like?
the same
So like the most subtle thing I could think of is your hands at your hip and you're kind of motioning with your fingers, like cupping towards
Yeah,
you.
except, yeah. Let's do that. Basically
Make a
trying to get everybody
performance
like.
check.
Oh my god, why?
What'd you
The
get?
performance. 17.
17.
17.
So as subtly as you can, you gesture a beckoning notion towards the people that are paying attention to you. Evelyn's looking off at your direction right now. Baldric is not. Aniel is not. I control those two. The other people I can't. But Evelyn, I know for sure, would be looking in your direction. So
I'm
she-
gonna cast message, and I'm just gonna say into his mind, like, "Are you?" Oh, he probably can't answer, can he? Shit.
Well, I'm just gonna start approaching.
Is
him.
it
He
a
won't
message?
see
Cast it
me
back,
anyway.
right?
So Thoric, as you turn to the side, just as because there's kind of this conversation between Evelyn and Roderick, but you don't really see Roderick respond in the way you would think that he would. You start
Right.
making
I get up.
steps
I'm gonna
towards it.
go over.
All right, so you start making your way. So Evelyn, you get to roughly around here. As Thoric starts
All
making his way. Thoric, your boots clump against the ground. Roderick, you hear them coming towards you. As you hear as you hear the footsteps coming towards you, the thing in front of you, it twists its head to the side as if it's seen through the ground, through the dwelling, the burnt dwelling in front of it. It doesn't have direct
Alright.
line of sight of them, but it's reacting as if it's tracing their steps, and you recognize that it's probably sensing them coming.
All right, so Roderick would try to.
It then turns back
Motion
towards
for them to slow down.
towards you, Roderick.
Okay, and he would use the waken mind to try to speak to it and ask, "Can you understand me?" Is what he would try to say into his mind.
Yes.
Not potato.
Oh.
Not.
Sorry.
So
Maybe.
as you say that into the entity in front of you, you do hear something in your head. There could be untold power for you.
Not again.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't hear that fully.
Well, that sucks.
There could be untold power.
Oh, you meta gamer! So, just to put an artistic spin on this, it seems like time has slowed down as are taking their steps towards you,
Uh-oh.
and it feels like you're not part of that normal sense of flow of time at the moment as you're conversing with this thing.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Roderick, is everything
Exactly. Yeah. As it's like its footstep click against the ground.
What do you mean?
I can reward you.
And what would you want in return?
Sustenance.
Are you what they call that?
That's some cutting out voice lines right there.
A devourer? Yes, are you the devourer?
It's kind of snake-like head. It's moving like left to right, and you can tell it's still trying to study you.
I do devour,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not familiar with that term specifically.
Well, may I ask, do you know of an entity known as El Re?
Do you know what it's like to hunger?
In some respect, yes. I didn't have.
Feed me, and you'll be rewarded.
No, thank you. I'm already dealing with another entity at the moment.
I could gift you the ability to fight against that.
Uh.
You can choose to participate, or you can be my next meal.
Well, looks like this meal's gonna have to put up a fight.
All right, so as you try to Eldritch Blast, move your hand over to it. Suddenly, you feel like you want to move your body in the way you want it to, right? But that's where you
But you're
that's
real
where you
slow.
hear over your head from Thorak, "Hey, is everything no?" But it doesn't slow down. Is everything okay over there? As he makes his way onto the wooden planks where you are currently, and you turn over to your shoulder to see him as you're kind of like twisting your hand to try to. At this point, he sees you like weaving an eldritch blast, and you just chuck it towards the where the creature was, but it's not there anymore. So Thorak, you just come in there and you see Roderick just blast the ground with eldritch magic.
Is everything all right? What are you doing?
They're
Evelyn then enters
There-
visual cue of you as well.
there was something here.
The burned down house?
Yeah, made from like the liquid.
What kind of something?
They say describe it as a snake. Would that be the best way to describe it?
It sure had serpentine qualities to it, but made
Sure,
of
it
a
was-
heavy viscous liquid.
Yeah, so it was like a snake made of that liquid. And it was asking.
Can you three make perception checks? Okay, so Evelyn got an 11. Thorak got a 16, and Roderick got a what?
Sorry, that's a 16.
16. All right. You guys stare down towards where Roderick's gesturing, where there was, where he's kind of gesturing like with his hand, like there's a snake-like creature, and it was about this big, and it looked pretty large. Probably could swallow you whole with how big its head was. Roderick is what you're gesturing, but you're pointing towards the hole that you just blasted with eldritch magic, and there's no fluid in there. There's just smoke and ash and hubris.
Just open his mouth and close it a few times.
Right.
It asked me to.
It spoke.
Yeah. It. Asked.
Everything all right in there?
This wasn't like your patron, right? It was different?
No, it was. I think I use the name Devourer. I think it was the hungry one. I couldn't think of the name. It was just so. Came so quickly.
Hmm.
And
But
I believe it may target us or me in the future.
Oh,
As if we didn't have enough to worry about.
being hunted again. Joy.
I'm not definite. It's so I can join it or become its next meal.
Well, if I've learned anything from my time, you never take those deals. Never.
Mm.
So. Okay.
Well, then,
Let's
So it's now free in the world?
I don't know.
If it was ever here.
Is there anything? You said there was nothing down the hole he's looking at.
You do not see any fluid or any object. It just looks like a bunch of trash. Burnt, charred trash.
I'll look back through the wherever that place is at the rest of the group and say, could you guys get closer for a minute? We have an issue. I'll say it loudly.
Mhm.
Some ball drive gets up.
It's
Makes his way over. As does Aniel.
Alrighty.
Ikal, are you coming?
I think it's best for me to stay separate for a little. Still feel kind of bad, even though I feel I did nothing wrong.
We know that you were not intentionally trying to harm us. I think they're just giving you a hard time.
Well, I'll just stay on the lookout outside. Make sure we don't get surprised. Go ahead.
I'll stay with you. We'll be over here, Aniel shouts.
It's rather important.
Oh, who needs
It's-
them? Let's just get this over with. We gotta get back to Pipo.
No.
Do you not want to tell them, Roderick?
Tell what?
We don't have to gather in here for that.
Alright, I'll turn and leave the house and sort of meet everyone else halfway.
Roger look in that area once again for a second to see if anything changes, and walks out.
You see nothing different as you leave the house.
Just curious. Would I have seen anything similar to this or heard of anything like this?
Can you be more specific? I mean, a guy seeing things? Yeah, you've heard of
He
that.
told me this pot of green liquid turned into a snake thing and talked to him after we set it on fire.
Yeah, okay, so that's incredibly specific. No, you have not heard of.
Alright!
I mean, you have heard of people hearing voices and seeing things that aren't there. Typically, we call those people crazy or insane. Then you don't really know this Roger guy all too well. He
Yeah, I know. So
seems to have powers that aren't very similar, but not necessarily well known. He's an odd one, isn't he? Isn't he, Thor? He's an odd egg that Roderick is.
interesting.
I'll kind of put my hand put my hand on Roderick's arm and just kind of pull him back a little. So,
Yes.
do you think what you saw was real then? Not just in your head or anything?
I'm sure with those entities that are much more powerful than we are, maybe they can do things with reality. Not that they can, they
Can
can.
you explain what happened to me and was it Zarte? I mean, we weren't here, and
Right. Roderick thinks he saw the liquid turn into a snake and disappear. Also spoke to him.
sounds like you need to get a medical check. Here, stare into the light.
That's okay. That's okay.
But you might be suffering some kind of disease or something.
I'm
Where
not.
is she
As well as
Have
I
you
was-
been
as
bitten
I-
by any bug recently?
No.
Do you have an itch or something on your? You can't
Are you sure you
force
haven't?
your help on people. If they don't want it, they don't want it. And his eyes dart towards Doma for a brief moment.
Oh god.
Shade!
Are you sure you haven't had some of it
It's
get into your mouth while you were carrying it on your skin?
no.
Was this
I'm-
snake the same one that I've made?
No, it didn't really have a specific form. It's just in the general shape of it.
Hmm.
Roger, look at Doma. And Evelyn. Actually, you know what? Guys, it's just I think it was just that entity, the hungry one, who was reaching out to me.
Uh-huh. Can I roll insight on him? Can I see if he's acting strange, or from what I've been for a full day with him?
Yeah,
and,
go
like,
ahead.
dilated
You can
pupils
insight
or
him.
something
Sure.
like that.
And Roderick, you can do a deception or persuasion check.
What if I'm just kind of leaving it as it is?
I mean, he rolled a 15. So I mean,
I think. Oh.
Fine, persuasion. Natural 1.
He's a little crazy.
No. So in reality, I mean, you beat him, so you feel that he's telling the truth.
Oh.
There's no he's unable to withhold information from you here, so you see what is really happening, which is you feel he's telling the truth. His conviction, his stutteriness, his eyes keep kind of gesturing back to it, as do the way his position of his body indicate that he actually feel like it's not like he's just saying something and he's acting differently. His body shows you all the cues that he's actually got general concern from that vicinity, and that there's this conviction in his body language that makes you go, he literally thinks he saw this thing and interacted with them, and he has genuine concern. Now, he could be crazy, but unfortunately, insight does not tell you if someone's crazy or not. It just tells you, do they believe in what they're are they convinced? Are they convicted? No, I can't even say it. Anyways, he believes he's telling the truth.
Oh.
As does the entire situation feel that way for you. There you go.
What was being said before? All right, so we should not stay here. Let's leave while we can.
All right.
We'll talk more about this next time we can sit down or something. Just want to get out of the forest, this area.
All right. Well, Pyrus, is it? Are you going to cast that glorious water walking spell again? I take that as a no. All right. Well, everyone, get your swim trunks on, as I suppose we're done here.
Right. Kind of need that thing to get back.
Wasn't there a rickety old boat on the docks?
On the other side.
Oh, I mean, I can literally see the docks from here, as the docks are within like 50 feet of the house.
Oh, well, I guess I'm wrong then.
The docks are totally shambled up, but there is this like crappy looking rowboat that's kind of like precariously tied to the side of the docks. It does not look like it's in good quality shape, but it is there.
Are you sure you don't want a quick checkup on you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, well, then let's gather our things and get off this godforsaken island and head back to Piper, where we'll be justly rewarded for killing a random inhabitant in the forest.
Let's not put it that way if we can.
Well, how did you say it, Miss Evelyn? Murder? Was that the term you used?
What?
Nothing.
We did a public service.
Public service.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, and Baldric starts shuffling his way off towards the dock. Let's go, Spitzbot.
As they walk by, Cole would join in with the group.
Roger would hang back a little bit, trying to motion for Evelyn.
I go with him. Or just stay with him.
So as you guys start walking back, you can separate your little clique. So Roderick and Evelyn move off into their own little area for a private conversation as you start walking towards the pier. Everyone else is going to kind of conglomerate ahead of you.
All right.
All right, I think I'm getting a little sick of these entities talking to me.
I don't blame you. That was.
Uh,
Well, hopefully it's not hunting you, I guess. We don't really know what any of this means. Do you think there's anything in the books that we took that might help?
Probably
didn't-
not.
Look at them, but
No. From the most part, though, the most of it was just information about who the Hungering One was, as well as just her general journal.
right.
I'm 100% sure it had to be it because it was asking for sustenance. Wanted me to,
Mm,
I guess, to take over. How does that hag's dealings and
right. And we still don't know where the other two are.
no.
Well, I mean, are we gonna? Do you think we should search for them, or should we get back to Windheim? Maybe someone there will know something about all of this. There's
I'm sure-
libraries. There's
Hmm.
stuff there that could maybe help us.
At this point, you guys have now reached the docks, as it wasn't terribly far away, and you guys start jiggering with the boat to prepare it for a voyage across the lake. It doesn't look like it's the most stable of boats, and it's probably going to be able to support about half of you at best.
Mike, are you back yet?
Yeah, sorry about that. I got pulled across. What's up?
Pyrus, would you mind casting the water walking again so we can cross the water?
Sure. Yes. I'll cast
Oh.
water walking.
So with a weave of your hands and an incantation spent, suddenly you guys feel this kind of current flow up through your bodies. Your hair gets tousled just a little bit as you then feel like this circulation of air around your ankles and shins that's prolonged for about 2 or 3 seconds before it then subsides. Feeling a little tingle there, you then able to find that you put some pressure against the water and it pushes back as if it's a solid surface. And you guys start making your way
Sweet.
across the lake, walking, of which you may resume any conversation you had at that previously if you want to, or any new conversation you'd like to have with a party member.
Continue a moment. Evelyn, so the only thing that kind of made me falter for a moment is if it said it could give me the power to defeat my current patron, but
But
thinking about it, what's the point of
you're basically trading
would
one
we
for
do?
another.
exactly?
Well, I mean, what do you know about your patron right now? I mean,
Not terribly
versus.
too much.
Okay.
I'd say I know more about this hungering one than my own patron.
Ugh. Okay. I still don't know if it'd be worth it. I mean,
Well, I already said no,
mean-
so
well, that's probably good. I mean, ooh, I don't understand. It's just weird that it only showed itself to you, right? No? I mean, isn't that weird?
not necessarily. I mean, well, first off, I'm the only person that went in there, and maybe it's just something, something deeper within me. That
But how did it know about your
is-
patron then?
it didn't. I brought it up. I wasn't
Ah,
sure. And when after I brought it up, that's when it offered that it can give me the power to.
Well, I still think that we should see if Windheim has any kind of research or anything about this hungering one to see if we could find anything out more about it. And in the meantime, I mean, all we can really do is just stay vigilant and hopefully it doesn't come back.
Maybe we have to deal with those two sisters soon enough.
Oh, yeah. Didn't even think of that, I guess. Well, we don't know where they are, so we have to do research anyway on that, I guess, so. What a weird day.
Oh, you know what? I never asked. Was the cauldron still around, or did it fall into the floor? Did it burn up? Nothing? Or
It's
just...
gone. You guys booked it. That was the least of your concern. As you try to think back at it, where was the cauldron? You go, that's probably somewhere in the basement of the house now. Probably fell in with everything else.
oh well.
Yeah. Darn, a good cauldron wasted.
Yep.
As well as a bunch of other
Whoops.
things. Alright, so you guys continue your trek across the lake surface, about 300 feet before you get back to the other shoreline. And you start your trek to where?
Pipel.
Pipel, yeah.
Alright, back to Pipel. Is there anything that anyone would like to do on the trek back?
Nope.
Okay, so
Ow.
pretty quiet walk as you guys traverse back through this area. Let's see. So Pyrus would, Akal would. I don't have everyone's passive perceptions anymore. Gosh darn it. What is everyone's passive perceptions? Pyrus 23, Akal's a 22.
15.
15 on Evelyn now? Okay, Roderick, are you still a 15 passive perception? You're 16 now? Okay. Domo, you're still a 9?
Yep.
Okay, then I'm missing someone. Who am I missing? I'm missing...
Thorax on 15.
15 on Thor. Wow, yeah, okay. Okay, well, so with that, let me check this again. Yeah, Pyrus, Akal, Roderick, Evelyn, Thorak. You guys would see objects as you start making your way across the lake. In the trees, you see things that you saw back at the house. Little wooden creations with pieces of bone or other objects inside of them. Little dream catchers, if you would. The fetishes that you saw previously. And you see a couple of them now that you know what they look like. And you're a little bit more attentive to that specific object. You see a few of them in the trees as you make your way through this forest side. As you cusp over the hill that gets you back to where the illusion would be. The illusion still is intact.
Hold on. Wait, as we were passing by, let me ask, can Roger try to destroy one with Eldritch Blast?
Absolutely.
Yes, just the first one that he sees at just to see if he can destroy.
Without any warning, suddenly you guys hear and as sparks and wood splinter off from a tree nearby, and then there's Roderick standing to the side of you with his arm outstretched, finishing the incantation of an Eldritch Blast without any warning to anyone. It is destroyed.
All right, and as we walk, he'll continue to do that.
Okay.
To every single fetish you see.
All right, you need to really warn us when you do that.
5 minutes later, suddenly without warning again,
Sorry.
boom!
God damn it, Frederick.
Just know I'm destroying them.
Right, it's still
Destroy
startled.
what?
The fetishes that are left around.
Oh, I haven't noticed them.
as he points them out to you and points out to the remains, you do start seeing a few of them. They're not very congested. They seem to be the further and further away you get from the lake, the homestead, the less and less congested they are. And so the first 10 minutes, you'll probably run into a good 1 a minute. But after 10 minutes, then you're starting to run into one every 5 minutes, and that becomes one every 10 minutes. And then it starts becoming harder and harder to focus on it as your instances of running into it are less and less frequent. It's really hard to keep your eyes. Your mind starts wandering to other things as you can't stay in that kind of hypersensitive state of awareness to keep looking out for it. So then eventually it comes down to where Evelyn, Thoric, and Roderick, you guys stop noticing them, but then they call in Pyrus. They go, "Oh, there's one over there," and then you guys dismantle it through arcane means or physical means or whatever means you guys choose as a party to destroy, because apparently that's the decision you've made. So you start continuously destroying them, but at the point you get to about 30 minutes away from the lake, where at this point even Pyrus and a call no longer see them, and you're kind of that conclusion: are they still there? It's hard to tell, but you don't see any anymore. Another 30 minutes or so of walking, and you guys find that you are suddenly have a shift in the terrain, as if you have transcended past the illusion barrier, and you recognize that this is about... Well, that's a lot of noises. You've transitioned past the illusion, and you're now back into the normal hillside, and you can turn around and you still see some of the trees where the trees were previously, the fake trees were previously, these holes in the ground where there was ash and dirt and such. And you can see kind of like the transition of where it became less and less ash and more of normal green nature, as nature's kind of reclaimed, or starting to reclaim its way back towards the lakeside, towards that direction. Which now you're back in normal forest side of the hillside, and you guys recognize this is where you probably took that break previously. Pyrus wasn't too far away from here, where she did her little commune with nature spell, and you guys are probably an hour or so away from Pipel by foot. So you continue your trek southwest now. Yeah, southwest, heading back towards the direction of Pipel, and 10 minutes, 15 minutes go by, nothing eventful. 30 minutes go by, and you guys start hearing little notes on the air of music being piped, and strings being strung, and people cheering and yelling and having a good time. You hear it before you even see it. And within a couple minutes of that, eventually you break through a tree line where you start seeing the dwellings of the town of Pipel. And you start seeing the ribbons from one building to the other building, and you start seeing people kind of moving around. There seems to be a guy behind, from the angle you're coming right now. There's one gentleman who's out like down an alleyway next to the back of a house. It's right around the border of the town, basically, and he's just throwing up with a friend, like patting him on the back, like, "You're all right, man. Shouldn't have drank that much, but you'll get it out." And then he's, "Oh, I don't feel so good." You guys have re-entered Pipel, at least the cusp of it. Finding yourselves now, you make your way into the northeast side of town, of which you transitioned down to. There was huge amounts of crowds, but the crowds seem to be a lot more dispersed at this point. It seems that the festival still is going on, but it's probably half the amount of people there were previously. Congestion has died down dramatically. You recognize that you are at approximately, it's evening at this point. There's a twilight that's kind of settling in the sky. Because if we don't remember, we all took a long rest at the shack house. So purple hues are starting to stretch across the sky. Some stars are starting to peer up, and it seems like at this point is where people are starting to, basically, a lot of them are heading home, but not everyone. Some people are still out and about. You recognize there's a large amount of people that have gathered off into one part of the town that seems to be some sort of large dancing celebration of sorts, which I should have switched music. My goodness. Silly me. Right. Oops, that's the wrong bot. That's why it's not working. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay.
So it seems there's a large amount of people that are currently congregated all over into this what seems to be like there's an elevated piece of elevated stage that was made out of some like wood. And there's several minstrels or performers of sorts. There's a guy on a violin. There's a person with a pipe that's currently piping away. There's two people sitting on chairs. One's kind of got one of those standard like washboards. He's kind of just scraping away. You're kind of old, classic hillbilly kind of situation. And there's one person that looks like they got like a banjo or some sort of guitar-like instrument that he's just plucking away at. And there's piping music out as loud as they can. As there's a good crowd of people in front of them, about 20 people or so dancing. There's a good amount of people that are kind of circled around them that are talking again, laughing and drinking, and some are having some food and sorts. And you guys are just on the borders of that little party of sorts. Other than that, you do see as you look down the main strip of the city, you do see that there are a couple people that look like they're currently in the transition of leaving. They're saying goodbye, or they're walking down the streets in small little cliques of sorts. Several of the houses have currently had their shutters closed, but you see this like glow of like candlelight or some kind of orange light kind of going in between the cracks. It seems to be a very earnest and amiable atmosphere inside Pipel at this point. A lot of the stalls that were there previously have either been torn down or they have been closed off, and there's like, you know, some people are kind of putting like blankets or shawls over them to then maybe disassemble them over to morning just to protect them from any potential weather that might inclement in over the evening. What would you all like to do?
Is the path we taken near that engineer shop?
The engineer shop specifically?
Yeah, is there a route we take, and does it pass by there?
Pass by him. No. Currently, you would not have transferred past him. You'd have to go a little bit more south in town for that.
Okay.
It's probably 4 or 5 minutes, potentially. Actually, it'd be faster than that because there's less people to go through at this point. So half that, 2.5 minutes or 3 minutes of walking. Plus, you don't know, you'd have to kind of guess where he was because you don't know exactly where the stall is. It's kind of hard to tell, but there's a huge crowd of people, the landmarks and such. But you think you could probably find it in about 3 minutes.
Do we have a place we want to meet up? I want to go check on those two children, see how they're coming along after we slayed that creature.
I'm gonna go with Akal.
I want to see if we can find that engineer guy. I believe we may have already messed up this. What was it? A clock.
Yes, I'll go with him.
All right.
We're heading to the little girl's house.
It's half and half.
Yeah.
I'm heading to the little girl's house.
I'll head to the little
guess-
girl's house too, just to make sure she's still healthy.
Yeah. Well, it should be a quick drop by, see if he can fix it for us, and then we'll head straight there.
Alright.
All right.
So the party splits, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's get these tokens in play to make my life easier. We don't need the demon dog no more. No, sorry, Bob. We can get rid of that one. Alright.
Out of here.
We can also delete all the line
Murder
art.
dog,
That is
yes.
irrelevant.
I almost died 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so we have
Oh.
the people that are going. So Ikal and Aniel are going that way. I heard that Doma was going that way. I heard Evelyn was going that way. Pyrus, Thoric, Baldric was headed this way. So where you guys are headed down here? Pyrus, where are you headed? Are you headed to the Clockworks or are you headed to the Ligur's house?
Little
Jack
girl's
and,
house.
Was it Jack and Jill? Was that their name? Jesse. Jack and Jesse.
Jesse.
That's their name. I should have named her Jill. What was I thinking?
Jesse.
I know, right? That's what the drew go.
Whatever. Jesse. Jesse! Where are you, Jesse? Alright, so you guys are heading to Jack's and Jesse's. Alright, so, who to first? Well, technically, I guess it would be Roderick and Thoric would get their destination first. So, as you guys are, your party's split and you guys kind of like wave off to each other and you start moving off in your own direction. Even as you're moving through town, you can still hear the music crescendoing its way down the alleyways. It's loud enough that even like wherever you are in town, you can still hear it faintly in the back of your ears. You can hear the shouting and the celebration of these people of the town of Pipewell at this point are celebrating. So Roderick and Thorek, as you guys are navigating down the main strip, you see where down the street there, where you can even now picture in mind where they previously had the race. Right there's where the kids were making that turn corner, and that stone wheel just ran over a couple of the vehicles of two of the kids, and they had to pile up. Right over there would have been where that kid, when his car lost control of his car, and he drove right into the building. You can even see that there's this giant hole in a building that has kind of like patchwork planks kind of hammered into it, but just kind of for structural support. You recognize they probably will work more diligently to fully repair it over the next week or so, but there's a couple planks that kind of just rapidly hammered in there to make sure the building doesn't collapse in on itself. But you do see like this glow of light. Looks like there's actually some people walking around on the inside of that building right now. So continuing down the strip, you would see where there was some of the attractions you saw previously, where there was the guy selling the popcorn. There was some people doing some bobbing for apples and some of the other attractions, and those seem to have been packed up. They don't seem like those any are still there. Several of the shops still do exist, but they don't seem to be manned by anyone anymore. It seems like all the wares have probably been packed away and locked up, or moved off to different points in town, or just left out, but currently hiding under blankets. Kind of hard to tell unless you want to start poking around in people's shops. But there's no one there to man them. You do find the location of where, God, what was his name? Clockworks is the name of his stand, if I recall correctly. You do find Clockworks, so you do find the stand where it proudly says Clockworks up on top and text around it. And then there is this kind of like white drape that's put over the table. There is no one present on there. There is a sign that is currently like a piece of paper that's been folded down the middle, and there's text that's written on it, and the text is written in Gnomish. Do either of you read Gnomish?
I read any language.
Yes, you do. So you understand it. It says, Clockworks is currently closed. Thank you for your support. And then there's very small text at the bottom. But if you need me, I will be at the dance festival.
Okay, so Thark, how urgent do you want to get the clock done? Do you want to wait, or?
Well, it's not a priority by all means. It's just a thing I'd like to have. Well, perhaps we don't even need the person. Maybe someone else around here has one of these clocks. Or maybe there's another way to tell the time. Like a sundial, but I don't know what that is.
Sure. I mean, I believe you should be at the dance festival if we want to do it immediately. Let's just go meet up with the others, Sailor Run, and see if you can do that on the way out.
Right. Very well. Let's go.
Okay.
And we shall.
We're gonna head back.
So you're gonna head towards the group or back to the festival?
The group.
The group. Okay, so you're gonna try to find that location. Have you ever been to that building before?
We have.
Yes.
We all were there.
You did. You two specifically went there.
Yes, I know I definitely did for sure.
All right. So you guys start making your way. I guess it'd be northeast. I can't remember well enough. It's been too long. I can't punish you. I feel like you haven't. I feel like it was Baldric, a Kyle. Oh yeah, Baldric is a Kyle, Colin.
Ooh, actually.
Yeah, I don't think you were there. I think it was just those three.
I think we were at the Clockworks while they were doing that.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But we did meet up eventually. We did. I'm pretty sure we did all meet up at the girl, and we're like, hey,
Yeah, because we were talking about
girl.
the curse at that point, because we were all there for
yeah.
that, weren't we?
Yeah, we were.
I'll
were
let
all
it
told about
slide.
the
It's
spider
not, it's
curse.
not worth my time. It's not worth our time. All right, so you start navigating your way towards the rest of the group. All right, so as you guys start making your way over to where you think the house would be, the rest of our group starts finding their way through the streets. With the lower light quality, and it's a lot harder to find your way, but you do manage to eventually find the small little wooden shack that would be where Jesse and Jack live. The 6 of you.
Call would step forward and knock on the door.
So there's no door, but you knock on the door frame.
Yeah.
And you hear some rustling of some kind of clothing on the inside, as then out pops the head of Jack.
Hero Catman, well, you're back.
Yes, me and my companions here returned. I'll have a surprise. We actually managed to get rid of that thing that took your sister.
Get rid of? And he scratches the back of his head, like trying to understand.
She shouldn't cause problems for the town anymore. So nothing like what happened to your sister will happen again.
Well, that's good. Again, better to be safe.
How is your sister doing?
He looks back in the house. She's just been sleeping, really. She likes the rabbit, but that's about. I mean, do you want to see Jesse?
Sure, if we can come inside and walk inside.
You walk inside. It smells rather rustic. You recognize the bullion will not be able to support the entire party of 6 people, with 2 kids. So about 3 of you could join comfortably. A 4th could cram themselves in, but then cause everyone discomfort.
Wait, what?
The building that the kids live in is pretty small. About 3 of you can join the kids comfortably. If a 4th one joined inside, they would not be able to.
All right, who is the soul that we basically got?
I'll stand outside, I guess, since you all are.
I'm pretty sure he actually has the stone.
Me? Oh, do I? Well,
He does.
All right, let me just pull it out. Here it is. Who wants it? I don't need it.
I'll take it.
I am not
There you
magically
go.
inclined.
Well, let's head inside.
Well, I'll be right here in earshot.
Yes, we may need you to
Alright.
examine her to make sure she's medically fine.
Well, then I'll head inside, and someone else can hang up in front. Excuse me.
He makes his way through the group.
I guess I will keep watch.
Could ask pirates. Rude. All right, I head in.
All right. So as you guys, so Doma, call Baldric go inside.
Sure.
All right. So everyone else is hanging up in front, like kind of just like heads peeking into the doorway just to take a look. So it's dark in there. So Evelyn would cast light, I would assume, right?
Yes.
Yes. Great. All right. On your skull staff or on something else?
Oh no.
You said in the building?
You're not in the dwelling at the moment. It's just those 3 because it's pretty cramped. You could join if you want. It's just going to be.
No, that's fine. I'll
Cast it on me.
No, on you.
On my backpack.
Single
why
hair.
not?
A single hair on the top of his head.
I'll just put it on my staff.
Okay, so you pat your staff, and you kind of leave your staff hanging inside. The skull just presently displayed in front of the terror of
Oh
these
my
poor
God.
children. But
Oh, that's why I asked if it was in the building.
yeah, but you can put your staff kind of hanging it in front of it.
Who's
so that,
in there? Yeah, I'll put it on I call then. That's fine.
Well, you can't cast it. What? You already did it on your staff. Poof, done.
Okay, whatever.
Done.
That is specifically why I asked where the light was going, what I was casting it on. I thought you said I was
Okay,
casting
fine.
it on here,
Where do you want it on a call?
just on his backpack.
All right, call. Your backpack is now glowing. And
Huzzah.
casts a shadow against the wall of your torso since it's on your back, but it's
Take it
bound-
off
it's
and
bound
set it
to-
on the table.
Okay, there's no table, but sure, there's
Sit on
there's,
the floor. There
there's
we
no
go.
furniture in this dwelling. All right, so you guys make your way inside, and Baldric,
All right, let me. Hello, little girl. Are you all right? I'm just going to do a little bit of checks here to see if you're still okay. And
she seems to kind of be like, she stirs just a little bit, her eyes like weakly look up at Baldric as he comes inside. Call, you see your rations are currently like kind of jammed in one corner. One of them has been opened, but it looks like it's only been about half eaten. and there's a little bit of crumbs in the bedding of where Jesse is currently sleeping, but not a large amount. What are you... oh, you're back, Catman. How are you? Says the little girl as Baldric starts like checking her pulse, and like he pulls out a... I think he probably has light. He has to have light. What? There's no way Kyle can get light.
Cantrip, right?
Yeah, I would reckon so. He does. He has it. So he uses pulls out like, I don't know, some kind of small instrument. Let's just say it's like a stick or something like that. And he puts a cloth over it, but he casts light underneath the stick, and then he's using that to kind of like almost like flashlight her eyes to check her pupil dilation to a moderate degree. So he's kind of just examining her, and she doesn't seem to be really enjoying it, but she's kind of trying to pay more attention to your response to call. She's trying to converse with you rather than really pay attention to the old man who's checking in up on her right now.
I'm doing well. I hope you're doing better than you were. Have you tried walking?
What? No. Am I supposed to be able to?
Well, how are you feeling?
I'm tired.
I'll
How
say
much have you
this,
been
she
sleeping?
looks like her health is alright, but
Checking this reflexes here, as you see he's currently like tapping her knee, and there's no response. Doesn't look like she has any course of feeling down there at the moment.
Well, for what it's worth, we managed to stop the one who did this to you. The one who took you. He put a stop to it.
So you got rid of the mean old lady?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we did.
I knew you are a hero. And you see the kid, Jack, he gets up and he starts doing like shadow boxing, but very in bad form. You just punched her right in the face, and she was like, "Oh, my nose!" And then you kicked her out of town, right?
Close enough.
I call like flashbacks of jamming her windpipe open and blood spurts out of her.
Pretty close.
Something like that.
Well, thank you. I would.
Laris, has Doma ever heard of basically soul capturing shit? And if you can, just put it back together.
That is a very big request.
Yeah.
Mister that has not even been able to heal for a very long time.
Doesn't mean I didn't study it.
You can make an Arcana check. Sure.
Arcana.
Yeah.
This is souls. Damn it. Oh, that's nat one. I don't know anything.
You don't know nothing. Yeah, I mean, that could be possible. It could not be possible, unfortunately. At this point, though, Roderick and Thorak, you guys would see the small crowd of 3 individuals crammed in front of a shack and go, "Oh, that's the place," because there's Aniel and Pyrus and Evelyn who are currently up in front of it. So you guys stroll up behind the 3 of them that are all kind of like looking in, like almost like 3 Stooges-ish, like one head on one corner and one below it just a little bit, all kind of peering inside of the dwelling. As Baldur kind of rolls his sleeves back down.
well, there's not much else I can do for, unless someone has the means to remedy pedalization or something.
And he looks over towards Doma.
Remedy paralyzation.
Well, technically, paralyzed is a condition, so I mean, you could.
Just use lay on hands. Is that it? No, that's not it. That's poison disease.
Well, there's nothing I can do, so I suppose, little girl, make sure you get lots of rest and eat, and if we have a divine miracle, maybe.
He looks over towards Doma again.
But let's not promise things that may or may not happen. Anyways, I'll be
Things that
up
won't
front. She
happen.
seems in good enough health, just that she's probably never gonna walk again, gentlemen.
And he puts his hand like kind of on your shoulder at call, and then he shuffles past you.
Excuse me, ladies. I have to make my way outside here.
He kind of leans against the back wall with an earshot, but just seems to be kind of thinking to himself at the moment.
What happened in there?
Well, the
Oh.
little girl is, Did we explain this earlier? Oh, we came to this place because someone... Well, I followed them. I'm not sure why we came here originally, but there's a little girl in there, if you can see her in the corner. She had some kind of curse on her that was crawling up her spine, and I zapped that guy good, because I'm pretty amazing. But it doesn't seem that it has resolved her ability to feel in her lower legs, and so she probably can't walk at the moment. Stories seem to be that she was walking probably a month or so ago, and then a witch caught her, which is the one that I suppose we dispatched, but I guess killing her to not restore her feeling in her legs, that'd be too convenient, wouldn't it? So here we are now with a holy man in there that might have a trick or two that could help, but I don't know anything else that I could do in this current state of affairs. Despite my expertise in medical knowledge, I don't...
Evelyn pulls out the elixir of health. What is it called?
Evelyn.
Would this work?
Who had?
Or
And I hold up the elixir of health.
I don't know what it
Wait,
does. I
wait,
could take a
wait.
look, but it will take about 10 minutes to investigate.
He already. Wasn't it him that ID'd it?
Here,
No,
Laris,
that was Ezekias. Everyone remembers Ezekias.
I know, right?
That's right.
You say with such disdain.
Damn
Laris,
it, Ezekiel, damn it!
I could
What
take
is-
a look to see if
Don't
it
look at him.
does
Is he gonna try
anything.
to
I-
heal him?
I take out the gem and hold it near her. Does it react at all?
You take out the gem because you have it on you. Yeah, all right. So
Yeah.
Make an investigation check.
I do a thing.
I do a thing. Does it do something?
I rolled
Alright,
a die.
outside. Evelyn or any other.
You have luck. Use it.
I already
Ah.
did. It was lower before.
Oh shit! What'd you get?
4.
4.
Oof.
So, kind of pull the crystals. There might be something with here. You don't seem to see anything that seems to stand out as you put it near her or not, but you do see her eyes looking at it, and she's just following it around the room as it's kind of got this little like light blue effervescence glow to it, kind of like a firefly or something. And actually, that's what she would have. Is that a firefly
Wait, so the gem,
trapped in the crystal?
Roderick. The
And you
gem,
see, like she tries to reach up to grab it out of your hands, but she just can't reach out to.
gem was half filled with water, right? Instead of fully filled, right?
I put it in her hands and see what happens.
Sure.
And she's just like
Is
examining
that
it.
why she's paralyzed?
It's about the size of let's say a D20 is how big this crystal is approximately. Your standard size D20, and imagine it more of a very opaque kind of quartz crystal, like white crystal look to it. You can't
Should
see
we-
all the way through it, but there is this like center cavity where there's a blue fluid, and when you shuffle it around inside the crystal is when you would kind of see the dimensions of the intersection of the crystal, which is how you can determine it. It's about half filled.
All right, Laris. I cast Remove Curse on the crystal while she's holding it.
Okay, you cast Remove Curse on the crystal.
Yeah, gotta try something.
Zap, and a white flash of light poofs in the air, and then it fades, and she's kind of like covering her eyes. What was that? And she looks back at the crystal. Did this do that? And she shakes it a couple times, and you see the blue liquid still bounces inside of it. And no, what? And she looks up towards you. Did you do that?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out how it works.
How much time has passed
It's been a little bit.
For what?
since me and Baldric having a conversation?
Since you and Baldric have, or Roderick having a conversation.
Baldric. I asked Baldric what happened in there.
I'm sorry. Yeah. 2 minutes, maybe. Not that long.
long enough where the conversation has expired, and you could see them you kind of peer back inside, looking at them, and you see the exchange of Doma handing to Crystal, and he casts a spell, and it seems that the girl was like conversing with them for a short period of time.
I will make my way inside then.
All right, so Pyrus squeezes her way in. Hey Jesse, I'm gonna be up front. If you need something, just shout and I'll come. Okay, Jack. I'll be here. And Jack makes his way up front. Whoa, there's a lot of you.
Hello.
Are you guys gonna go to the dance festival? I can hear it from over here.
Maybe not just yet.
Dance fest. Is this part of the whole thing? The race thing we saw earlier, right?
Yeah, every year they always close the festival off with a giant dance party of sorts. Goes on all the way to the morning until people are so tired they can't even keep going.
Maybe later. Are you gonna go there?
Oh no, I gotta stay with Jesse.
We're gonna get her better.
How?
That's a good question.
I would like to look at Jessie, see her wounds and see what is wrong with her.
Make a medicine check.
So dramatic.
All right.
21.
21. So as you check over her person and you do a check of sorts, and you effectively come to the same conclusion that Baldric has come to. Her physical form seems perfectly fine. There's some sores on her from being in bed for a very prolonged period of time. And you recognize that there's no response from her as you like poke and prod her lower waist. It seems like about her lower spine, so a little bit above her butt and downward, she probably has no feeling at all. But she does react, like if you poke her belly button, she giggles. So she does have feeling in her stomach, effectively. But anything like below that, and she doesn't respond to it in the way that you'd want. And you're doing it subtly enough where she doesn't really recognize that you're really checking in on her health. More like you're like playing around with her in a way. And so you get that information. You don't feel like there's anything that would indicate a disease or anything like that. If anything, it's out of the realm. Like she could be permanently, her spine could be broken to a point, actual physical trauma. But you don't see a misaligned like vertebra or anything like that. The discs seem to be like the way her spine's rotated. It doesn't look like there's a break of sorts. The body seems to be fully intact and functioning. So it puts you more in the realm that it's got to be something magical, or there's some piece of this equation you guys do not understand.
So it's not a condition.
To answer that question, Donnie, sorry to interrupt my players. Actually, Donnie, I am Kyle's brother, Laris. So Matthew, he's a Kyle HD. I'm Laris 15, his twin brother. So it's a different stream completely. But hi, thank you for coming in.
What are you talking about, Kyle?
Shut up, Potato. Kyle plays with us on Sundays, but he's currently on his honeymoon with his wife at the moment. It's their 1-year anniversary. All right, back to you guys. Sorry.
Does it seem to be like a condition? So you said it's not a disease. Is it a condition? Based off of what I've.
So you're trying to recognize, is it one of those traits that you could try to clean up with a spell? So here's the thing that I would argue, I want to reach out to you about. So there are things that cause physical impairments, physical blindness, physical deafness, etc. And then there's magical afflictions. You see nothing that should be invoking a physical response upon her person. Her body seems to be perfectly fine and should function. So it puts your mindset that there's something magical happening here. It's a magical effect against her, or not maybe a magical effect, something else beyond that, but it's not in the realm of physicalness, and that you don't have a physical cure for it. Physical cures will not really resolve it.
Okay, so I know lesser restoration will do nothing.
You can sure try.
I would like to try.
And so I just have to start saying that more often now.
That's
Sorry,
fine.
yeah. As I used to give out a lot of hints
to try to be expediently. You cast Lesser Restoration with the intent to remove a what?
Paralyzed
Does
condition.
it do paralyze?
Blind, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned.
Okay. So I'll just take your word for it then. It's not worth my time looking up. You cast and there's a kind of like this blue tinted glow on your hand as you kind of touch like the small of her back, and the spell goes off. And then you wait a couple seconds and you test her lower legs, and there's no response.
So what, do we just break the gem?
Break
You
it?
can
No.
certainly
I
try.
can keep it. Why break it? It's pretty. You see, and she kind of turns it around, and she seems really enamored with the liquid inside of it.
Call would get up, go to like the window. Baldric, when you identified it, you don't know if there's any way to get things out of it.
Baldric?
No, I'm sorry. When I identified it, what it told me is that it told me what the item is, not what the contents of the item is. It'd be like if I did a
do you open the
identification
item?
spell on a bag of holding. It tells me what the object is and that, but not what its contents are.
Does it tell you how to spill the contents?
No. See, it did not tell me how to. What
Do you have any idea how to?
I mean, so this is the information I have. Is that gem is some sort of sealing spell, an abjuration spell that's supposed to keep whatever the contents inside of it are inside of it. How to break it? No, it does not mention how to do that. Your guess is as
Roger.
good as mine.
Hypothetically,
Dispel the magic.
we can dispel it and it should be fine.
Try it.
Hypothetically speaking,
if
yes.
it's
But now
sealing
let's
it in.
let's think of the possibilities before we just start randomly, arbitrarily deducing things like that. While we dispel the source of that, whatever the substance inside, it could get leaked out. What does leaking out mean? Does that mean that it goes back into the host? Is that hers or is it something else? We don't know. And maybe that, if without the contamination to hold on to it, it will fall and we will lose its full functionality. So it's not like there's not a risk with just randomly dispelling it. It could make us lose our entire possibility of, well, whatever we're trying to do. I don't know.
Well, there's no other options I see besides. And
Breaking
he looks
it,
over at
dispelling it.
Doma, like,
What are you looking at me for? Spit it out.
you could try. I don't know.
Lay on hands.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I know, it won't help in this kind of situation.
You do it on Aeneon anyway.
Or you could identify this potion, Baldric, and see if that might help. I don't know. It seems like it's more magical
I'll
than
give it a
just...
try.
Okay. I might have some feedback that I could project.
What do you think?
I guess that dispelling it would be a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
If you just dispel the prison, whatever's inside of it could be just released away, much like Baldric was saying. And then just squandering your healing on her will not fix. If it's not a physical trauma, healing will do nothing.
Then I'm out of ideas because I do not know anything about magic. So
A greater restoration may work then.
I'm not gonna put it out of the realm of possibilities. It could. I mean, do we have anything that tells us more about this object?
the only things I can think of are the books we managed to find, but I cannot read them, and somebody has them.
Who has
Baldric
them
took
again?
You do.
Oh, silly me. Let me pull these out here. And I found we have this one about some
archaic language. I can't read it. Looks like it's Abyssa, so whoever wants that one. And then this one's just completely blank, so there's that one for you. And then, what was this other one here? What was this other one? Son of a gun.
Personal diary,
wrong,
right?
wrong page. Oh, yes. It looks like it. I have no idea what language this is. It's very, very pretty penmanship, but, here you are. So there's the 3 things.
It's time to read.
Roderick, take the one that nobody knows how to read. Does somebody know Abyss?
I don't know Abyssal.
Oh, I do not
I only
know.
know it's Infernal.
You can pass it my way as well as well. Let's start with the super exotic one.
Which one?
The one that has we don't know the language for necessarily.
Well, okay, yeah.
The third one, the
Yeah,
third
all right. Well, that would be Tutantina's personal diary. So you start reading it, and
Yeah.
okay, so it's
Looking
gonna.
for any mention of
You
those
feel like it's gonna
gems.
probably take you 2 hours to read that from front to back,
What if he highlights looking for?
and then doing such does not mean you decode all the information. That's reading it and getting a gist idea, right?
It's because he doesn't know the language. That's what's taking
No.
long.
Well, I mean, he does. He'll be able to understand what the words mean, but it's not like. I mean, if someone writes and parallels or something like that, it makes it hard to understand what they're at. You'll know the literal meaning of what's happening, but you might not know what they're referring to, and per se of this means that or whatever, right? So there could be hidden agendas inside the text. So that would take you 2 hours to read that book front to back, if you want to do a very diligent approach there, Roderick.
It may take a while, guys, if you don't mind. Maybe a couple hours
No rush.
for just this book. All right, cool. Let's Roger. But is there a tree outside? No, just sit next to the sit on the shack and kind of read.
Okay, so someone want to sit in there and keep casting light for you?
I will. I'll move the.
How's it doing?
All right,
Do
so
you need it though?
Evelyn and Roderick will hang out inside
midnight
with
time,
Jesse,
so yeah.
and then everyone else kind of, I guess, congregates outside. So anything anyone else would like to do while we have 2 hours to kill?
I guess I would small talk, like tell stories from under the mountain with the kids, just pass time.
Okay.
I'll crank my watch.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone else have anything else they would like to do? Or we're going to do a 2 hour fast forward. Okay, fast forward it is. Okay, so, Roderick, you may make an investigation roll.
Do I get advantage since Evelyn's?
Hey, help!
She can't really help you. Read a book? Well,
14.
Can she help you read a book? That's really rough. Like,
She can make it
She
easier
helps
for
turning the
her.
pages.
yeah, that's so rough.
Holds the book.
Holds the light.
Yep, he's holding it.
I mean, so what? The
book
best I
is
could argue for you is that you bounce ideas off her. Well, it said
Hey,
this,
that works.
and then
As long as
she
it gives him
projected-
advantage.
So I really want to say no, but the more I think about it, she probably could.
Hey,
Are you helping? Are you helping him read the book, Evelyn?
Yeah. I will.
Okay. I really worked that for you guys. Holy shit! You can roll with advantage. Crap.
Didn't
Okay, good thing we did that. So he's at a 14.
my God.
14. Okay, so Tutantina's diary. So in short, you get a lot of what I told you pretty much originally about this book. It is about her and her journey of. So the initial pages. This seems to be a diary of several entries. So this is one of probably many books that she probably had that is now lost or whoever where. Because it seems like the very first entry is a continuation of a previous entry. Either that or there's a page missing, kind of thing. Like it seems like you get the notion she either was stopped at one point in one book and then moved on to this next one because she ran out of page space. Is the idea you get. So
this book seems to be chronicalizing about the last year to 2 years of her life is where you're gauging about how long this book, the oldest, about 2 years approximately ago. It does talk about her escaping something, some kind of would-be pursuer. You get there's several names that are thrown out. The Fey Wanderer is one of the names that's launched out. There's also the Fey Watcher, and then there is what's the other one? Fey Whisperer. These are the 3 names that you see utilized in the book, in the beginning pages. Fey Watcher, Fey Wanderer, and Fey Whisperer. So other than that, she seems to be in hiding or running away from this thing. And then there was a very, very highly detailed page that she had about a dream she experienced. And in that dream, she basically met this being that was telling her that that she could overpower this assailant against her. You quickly assume that this would be a creature, the Hungering One, as that name starts getting used in passages after it. The thing that's very troubling to you about this is that the way that she was approached in this dream, very similar to an experience you had not too long ago, of a serpent-type like body, though viscous in nature, but seemed to have a voice that just spoke into your head. The dream, she said, took a very prolonged period of time. Her and this entity talked in great lengths about what it would give to her and what she would have to pay for it. And she seemed to be perfectly acceptable with feeding it. She didn't mind. Of which then she starts talking about these gifts it starts giving her. Powers she never had prior in her life. Ability to actually start moving and manipulating magic. She never could have imagined such strength to her previously. There was then documentation that she noticed that she was getting less and less hungry. Her physical features seemed to be getting changed and manipulated in a way that would please the master the most. At this point, you start noticing that her penmanship starts getting more and more sloppy, and it seems like this very meticulous person she was previously, it was starting to wane over time, and it starts getting to more of this cult fanaticism and worship of this creature, and it just starts turning to almost ramblings and ranting. There is a passage about how she tries to feed the creature, or how she attempts to feed him. It seems that the Hungry One, it delights in suffering and misery, and she encapsulates that somehow and then provides that in a medium of which Dekuthar can consume. Of which then she talks about after one of these tokens of her that he actually mentions to her about some maybe getting some more support, of which she mentions some names which I've talked about previously. There's 2 other names that she throws out in there, Lariza and Jezeline, and then there is this 4th name that is mentioned at some points that is heavily scrawled out with repeated very heavy indents inside the pages, and every time it's mentioned in the next couple of pages, it just like the page almost is torn with how much aggressive writing was put in, like crossing it out basically into it. It's illegible. You cannot read the name. And from that point, it just gets into there doesn't seem to be ever anything else that seems to can be doctrine towards what your specific problem is. It's just about how she's making up with the tides, how she's keeping up, and then she starts getting to this paranoid state that her other cohorts are not doing their fair share, and that she needs to manage them correctly, and that with her new boons, she's fairly confident she's the strongest of the 3, and that she should manage her, and she's the chosen one, not them, and that she'll need to dispatch them some point in the future to prove that she gets to be the actual choice candidate for the Hungering One. And that just kind of devolves from there. Just typical like daily reports of just like, that she has harnessed some of these nearby local fauna life and has turned it into, with Dekuthar's blessing, learned how to create 2 potions that she knows that her 2 sisters will greatly covet to help them with their current ailments. And then you probably goes, nah, this is like one of the most recent pages that she has here, actually, of the present time. And then she's basically completed the potions, but she never describes what they are or how she made them. And then that's the last entry in the book, basically, is that.
Basically, the 2 potions we found.
Hmm.
Wait, they're ailing her sisters, and what could they need to be solved by those 2 potions?
Sight and what was the other one?
The true sight one.
I guess.
Wasn't the other one remove any status ailments, basically?
Elixir of health removes paralyzation. No, it cures. So it cures curses, diseases, blindness, poisoning, deafening, and paralyzation.
So it's basically a cure-all drink.
Basically like a greater restoration in a bottle, right? Kind of.
Greater restoration in a bottle. Get it now.
All right, everybody heard that? It's been relayed word by word, word for word.
Oh,
my
Our abridged enough that you would be able to, I mean,
Yeah.
that was the abridged version for you. I mean, I'll be honest with you. There's no way in hell, as a writer, I'm gonna write her whole fucking journal for you. Okay, fuck that noise.
Yeah.
So I conceded very early that I'm just going to, fucking just give you an idea of what its contents are, not anything beyond that.
That is
Oh,
entirely okay.
Time to read the next book, yes?
Yes.
So there's 3
All right.
books. You've read one of the 3 books. There's 2 remaining.
One's
Yeah.
blank. We
Let's-
know it's not blank.
Yeah, let's. That's supposed to be an abyssal first.
The Abyssal book. All right. So this book, as you read through it, it's really easy to read. The penmanship does not seem to change too much throughout of it. It seems to talk about things that are they're very straightforward. There doesn't seem to be a lot of hidden agenda to it. This book talks about Dekuthar specifically. His name is mentioned once. Go ahead and make an investigation check. It will take.
With
Oh, I'm
advantage?
sorry. I guess I should tell you how long it's going to take you to read it. So, this book seems like you can probably get all its contents done within an hour.
Okay, sweet. So investigation.
Yes, if you want to commit to it. So everyone else is. All right, we got to wait another hour, everybody.
Oh boy, if only I knew how that long would
Ooh,
be.
24.
24.
Ooh.
Okay, so the Hungering One. So this book, while easy to read, there are some things that you register that are interesting of note for you. This seems to be the entry of this is not the same handwriting as the diary. You know for a fact. It seems to be completely different. The language is completely different. You know that's different text. But it seems like the person here is way different of a person than Tutantia was, or even what Tutantia was prior to her encountering the Hungering One. This book is heavy dogma and doctrine related to the followings of the Hungering One and his worship and his rewarding of good behavior. The Hungering One's main problem is that he lost of combat a long time ago. But he was too powerful for the mortal races of this world to actually kill. And so the best they could do is bring him into an incredibly weakened state and seal him down. And he is down beneath Windhorn soil somewhere. We don't know where, but he's down there somewhere, and we're going to find a way to get him out. That's pretty much what they're saying. And then they said even with the passage of time, he's been growing in strength, feeding on what he can. And as he gains strength, he will eventually burst through the crust and bring back an age of prosperity for the rest of us. And those of us that choose to get on the boat now are going to be heavily
benefited when he does come back, because it's going to happen. And there's going to be nothing that the mortal races can do when it does happen. So you should just jump on now for our own safety rather than, be some poor meal for him later on down the road. Is kind of the main drive there. It seems that a lot of this is really fear-driven. Though heavy amount of portion is talked about rewarding and following in good service, you will gain abilities that you did not have previously. And this is where it strikes a very interesting chord for you, good sir, because it talks about powers and abilities that you seem to have yourself. Maybe not all the full package of what you have, but very similar. Eldritch Blast seems to be a spell that is mentioned by name, as well as guidance and things like that. You recognize that this entity is able to bestow onto people as if it's like a patron to them, and it has the means. It has enough strength in itself. It's got enough power in itself that it can teach mortals how to manipulate some things that mortals should not be able to manipulate always. However, there is a large amount of documentation here that not every person is cut of a cloth that he can speak to. He only chooses certain individuals, and those that are chosen get the benefit from it. Those that are not chosen, they're just meant to be fodder for him and more fuel for him to get through. And so they talk about how even if you have loved ones on the surface that you care passionately about, if they're not selected by him, you have to break your connections with them and realize that they're meant to fuel him, and in that they're providing their service, not so much as the reward like that you yourself as a chosen would get, power gain and stuff like that, but rather that being fuel for him is on its own supposedly a reward. Which you clearly go, that's bullshit, but these people sure think that's the case. The Hungry One is often depicted in several of these imageries they give as a serpentine type creature, a many-headed serpentine-like creature that, when he's in his full functioning body, would have the means of actually having a full corporeal form. And since he's not able to fully keep himself on the surface right now, many of his images are that of a very thick, syrupy liquid that's kind of just oozes off itself. But the more powerful he gets, the more formed and controlled he'll have of that liquid, and then more power he will have presented, which will then make him be almost indestructible. Let's see, what else does it talk about? It kind of just gets into a very repetitive motion of you just following servitude. Sacrificing others is a worthy gain for your own power, and the like. And that's what that book talks about.
Oof.
Nothing on the gems. Excellent.
Yep. All right. So, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
At this moment, Jesse's fallen back asleep. Jack is falling asleep too. He's just kind of sleeping up front, like he sat down against the wall and he just fell asleep with his head into his knees, basically. You still hear music going off way over in the dance area, but the amount of cheering and crowd cheering has died down a little bit.
So that I guess let's go to the last book.
All right, yeah. Flip open the book. Blank page.
Like the
Blank
children,
page.
Thork is
Blank
dozing
page.
off as well.
Blank page. Blank page. Blank page. Blank page. Takes you 2 minutes. Every page appears to be blank.
Detect magic?
Okay, you cast Detect Magic. Alright, as you cast Detect Magic, you recognize that there is a spell on those pages. There is a spell on this book. It is a divination object.
ID man.
Aldrich. So there's actually a spell on this book. Would you happen to be able to make out what it is? I know it's divination magic.
Oh. I mean, if you give me 10 minutes with it, I guess I can give it a shot.
Sure.
Alright, 10 minutes. My back is hurting from sitting out here for so long. Jeez. Alright, what is this book?
And he starts casting Identify on it.
We already waited 3 hours. 10 minutes doesn't hurt.
I know,
10
right?
minutes later.
Well, this book does not have a name. It's not magically named something. I know what its effect is. It's a medium. Something can talk through it. That's all I really know. I don't know how.
So scribble on the book and it writes back.
I don't know about that. It does not seem to indicate that you write to something, but something can talk to you through it.
It's very cryptic.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what it says. It says that there's something out there that uses this to communicate. How it does it, I don't know, because I would need to see that other object. But this object draws that information out there and then redisplays it on these pages. That's what I know. So the question is what is the other entity? Who owns the other object? And how do we get in contact with them to have them contact us, I suppose?
Hmm.
Is it just linked to one other item?
Well, I mean, could be multiple.
Could
Unfortunately,
the three of the witches be talking together?
I don't think that is the case, considering that the witch was writing letters to the...
Yes,
That's
it's,
that's
this
right,
is one
right,
way.
right.
Yeah.
This is just the receiver.
This is frustrating because we've practically learned nothing.
Exactly.
Well,
I have no ideas. I mean, unless you all have powers that you don't normally share with other people and be respected, I have nothing, and I'm at the point where I am really spent, and I think maybe we should bunker down for the night, or maybe I should just head back to the pantry. My old bones, you know.
We can try that elixir of sorts and then just kind of.
it wasn't physical means that was causing this problem. I don't think the potion... Well, maybe.
I've got to do something with the gem.
Or
I
that.
would, from my analysis, it's not a physical situation, so anything that would affect the physicality would not be of help here. Now, I will bid you all a good night. If you do need me, I'll be at the pantry. Hopefully, I did prove myself as a valuable cohort to all of you, so please do reach back out to me tomorrow. And I am off. Good night.
Good
night.
night.
And he heads off towards the left side of town, because that's where he's from.
I don't know, guys. We're kind of stuck at square one again.
Yeah.
Doing all this just made me more angry than anything.
I mean, at least we know what won't help. That's something.
Yes, but yet another problem where it can't be fixed as it should be.
Well, maybe we can all rest on it and maybe have more ideas in the morning, or...
Might as well.
Yeah. And
Alright.
which one was the? What was the name of that? The inn
The inn?
on the right side. On the right side.
Did you ever go to it?
Bouncing bunnies?
Mm.
No, is that right?
There's two. There's the Happy Hoppers and the Bouncy Bunnies.
Bouncing bunnies, it is.
Sure. Actually, apparently I didn't actually dictate which one is which, at least not on
I
this
think
page.
the one on the bouncy bunny's on
You
the right
said-
side.
You said bouncing bunnies on the right. I wrote that down. So
Yeah, that's probably what I did. It's based on the proximity on it. Did I name it over here? I did not. Well, yeah, that's probably going to be what it is. Let's just make it that. Hey, why not? Because who cares? All right, so Bouncy Bunnies. You guys head off to Bouncy Bunnies. And it's a quaint little establishment. Nothing
nothing incredibly noteworthy. You are able to get yourself some lodging for the evening. It's going to be, gosh, your entire party's so big now. Probably 5 silver a room, and there's enough rooms for everyone to have their own if they would like.
I'll take it.
Okay.
What time is it?
So time-wise, it's probably in the ballpark of maybe 1 to
Midnight?
2 in the morning at this point.
Ooh.
So much to that party.
The party's still going, actually. You can still hear it. Now, I'll remind you guys that you guys took a long rest. It's not been a full day for you. You can go to sleep just based on jet lag. You could try to get some
Well, we
rest.
could just chill in our room too, like just
Yeah,
take a break.
yeah. So,
We
From each
must go
other?
to this dance festival.
no.
All right, Eva.
I'm saying,
Wanna get our
yes,
room
you
together?
guys have been here for, well, you've only been awake for, the realm of about 5 or 6 hours now. So, doing another long rest, actually, per game rules, would not be accomplishable. You would not be able to refresh your spells and stuff. But you could waste the time on it, by all my guess. Beans, you could spend the time.
Evelyn, let's.
Yeah.
Or do you want to share a room?
Sure.
All right, let's get our room, and he would look at his clock.
Okay.
Wind it up.
Well, I'm not sure if this is accurate anymore, but I'm sure we're tired, but not too tired. We can do a little more for the night, right?
Sure.
How about hitting the festival, guys?
Sure.
Sure.
Just make sure you get your room first.
Okay, so, those of you that want a room, 5 silver apiece.
Okay.
Give him 5 silver. 5.
So, I would. Would I know, or would we have spoken or seen any libraries along the way?
There's a museum.
You wouldn't know shit, buddy, about this place. You're not even
About
from the surface.
What?
You're not from the surface.
We had fucking libraries down there. Come on.
Down in Medan, yes, but you're in Pikeville. You wouldn't know there's libraries up here in Pikeville, but in Medan, yeah, there's libraries.
look
There's a
for it.
library in Karat. There's the Caroldum in Medan. Even where is his name? Even Bellanor also has an archive of sorts, so they exist.
Can I look for one out on the surface, or
Oh
the
my God.
closest thing that look?
You want to go look for a library in Pikeville? Yes. All right.
Yes.
Well, so
At 1 in the morning?
Make an investigation
I know,
check, buddy.
Okay.
I'm gonna go chill in my room for a bit before the festival.
Actually, there's no
Yes,
clock in
Evelyn.
that,
Evelyn,
so-
we have these clothes. Let's change it to the fancy
Yes,
clothing.
we're gonna change it to
Oh,
our
wait.
fancy clothes.
Is this the clothes that you guys looted from the town forever ago?
Oh hells yeah!
Oh my god!
Putting on my fancy dress.
These are the clothes that you guys stole from that poor decrepit
From like one of our
village.
first sessions.
Yeah, way
right?
long ago. Oh my gosh, talk about it. We've had those forever.
The dresses and suits.
Yeah, there was like
purple suit?
there was like a pink dress and a green dress.
Did I
wasn't there?
give Aniel hers? I think one's
Mhm.
red, one's
Yeah.
green.
Let's take a look at
Aniel has
Aniel's
hers.
bag. Aniel has no.
Should have a red formal dress.
She doesn't have anything inside that. So what she's got is her. She had a backpack, 2 water skins, 2 rations apparently. She's super low on rations, and she's got 1 healing potion and a bedroll.
So then, as I pass her on my way up to my room to change, I take out her red formal dress and give it to her, and just say, "Hey, if you want to put this on, I'm gonna put my dress on and we're gonna."
Let me add that
We
to
can
her
go to the
inventory
dance.
then. Where are we going?
There's a dance
To
festival.
dance.
We're just gonna go for a little
But
bit.
I'm not much of a dancer. Maybe Pyrus would want this, and
As Doma shows up, milady.
Well, she's
Bloody
not too
hell.
happy with him, so I don't know.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, I just want to go for a little while, Aniel, if you want to go with us.
I would rather. I don't want to be. If I was going to, I mean, I just.
It would look
wouldn't-
really beautiful.
Go on, Aniel.
I don't want to be. She's like turning really red in the face. I'll rather stay with the cloak and be less permissive.
Didn't we have a scroll disguise?
Alter self.
Well, a magic scroll well spent for a dance party.
Making a girl feel normal. It's not well. That's well spent. Come on now.
Yeah, come on.
Hey.
Either way, I give her the dress and I go upstairs with Roderick.
Okay, you go off. She has it. She has it in her inventory. Pyrus, I think this would look lovely on you. It would contrast your earthy tones very well.
Wow.
I love this girl.
I
Amy.
look at this dress.
Yeah,
Very red.
This is one awkward character talking to another awkward.
Does this make my earthy tones pop out more?
Oh,
Let's do a persuasion roll to find. I don't know. Do you want to do a perception check?
I want to do
You
a
don't need
perception.
to roll on this.
Yeah, go and do a perception. I mean, it
Does
would
not-
contrast against it because if you have any like green or green is green in you, green is red and are opposite colors, so it would contrast.
I rolled a nat 20. You better tell me every detail of this dress over here.
Wow.
All right, if I remember this dress, wow, this is really good time well spent here. If I remember this dress, it's like a low cut dress with two thin straps that go over the shoulders and then kind of twist off and tie like behind the back and coil several times. It should be fine for your character for what I perceive as your character's relative physique. The average female would be more than adequate for it, and your character is definitely within that realm of it, so it would fit you. The dress is not a lawn skirt down past the knees. It goes about the knees, so even if you were short, it would still be plausible to wear it. It would just then look like a lawn dress to you. Some people would have better physiques than others, but it would probably look really well with you. Look really good on you, I would reckon. There's not like there's a lot of frills on it. It's more form-fitting, if I recall. It's more tight. Is that what I made these forever ago? God dang, it was a year ago, man. So
I honestly don't think you got that detailed. I think you just
well,
looked it up
shit.
to-
That's just what I've had in my head then. So there you go. This is the image I've had. So it would look great. It's way better than running around in leathers, okay, or cloth, or the pants that Roderick runs around in. I don't know.
Pyrus
Hey.
would put
Yeah, I had to
her
pick my
hands
project
on the
first
cheek.
specifically.
She would put her hands on her cheek and open up her mouth. I think this would look amazing.
Good, here. And she just kind of puts it in your hands and then like takes a step back.
I put on the dress.
All right. So
Right there.
Yes, right there.
all right. Well, luckily no one's really here at the moment since they're all at the dance festival. So, the poor lonely barkeep, the one person that runs this place, he's not even really paying attention. He's just kind of like.
Counts to see a tree strip.
So, with that, you change into this regal enough dress. It's not going to be like meant for a super fancy party. You're not going to look like a queen or a princess, but you'll look like it's very nice for a casual commoner, for sure. It's above commoner quality of fabric and such. And then Evelyn has a green one, if I recall correctly.
Green, dark
Yeah,
green.
Yep. All right. So your guys' AC while wearing this is lower. Please keep that in mind.
And we all
Same for me.
die.
I
Oh, God,
Let's
there
not
you go.
forget that there's
so-
risks involved with
I got 0 armor. Oh, well, I guess the guys probably have armor.
No,
don't they?
you have armor still because you're a certain type of sorceress. So
Well, that's true, but that wouldn't go away. So
yeah, so you still have an AC. You actually have pretty good AC.
I still have my AC.
Yeah.
It's on.
So, I step out in my full tuxedo, right? Yep.
Do you
out
have
of my room?
Well, so they did have one that was for Auric. There is an extra one in the bag. Well,
Sure, we'll hand it out.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Excellent.
So
Excellent.
it's a little tight. You're a little bit bigger in physicality.
Physique,
So
right?
yeah, it's basically
From
the pants
Not
are
really.
flooding. You know, they're about like halfway down your shin. The fabric is not meant for your tail, so you kind of can't wear a belt with it. It kind of just like pops at the top, but you're doing the best you can with it.
I tear a little hole for my tail to go
Yeah,
through,
you
so I can wear the belt.
your chest is far bigger than what it's meant for. Your shoulders are far broader, so the collar is kind of torn a bit, and it doesn't. But for you, it looks. You know, you think, yeah, I look pretty spot on. Overall, it's pretty good, in considering. But there are tears. So if anyone really cared, there would maybe be some tailoring that needs to be done on it. So.
Right.
All right, so Doma, Roderick, Ikal, Evelyn, and Pyrus are all fancy. Old man Bodrick, he's too not young enough
He's
to
sleeping.
hang out with people like this. Aniel is, I probably will stay here for the.
No.
Yeah.
I think what he's saying is he would like to dance with you, no?
Oh, that's one way to put it. Thelma looks.
Come on, Anya. Let's have some fun with everyone.
I can't think today.
Come on.
Aniel.
Make a
I'm sorry
persuasion
about
roll,
earlier.
Roderick. The come on. That's what.
All right. So is she ready to come?
Jesus Christ! What?
19
That's a
plus
natural
roll.
19. Plus, what is the total?
Plus what?
5.
Dang.
So
24.
So
Yeah, I don't. There's no way she can really resist that. I is definitely acceptable.
Come
That's enough. She'll go.
on.
All right. Okay. But I'm going to just watch as you guys are like dragging her, like she's trying to. I'll watch from the
watch.
shadows. Yeah.
Join. We'll get you in there.
Okay. So you guys
Gotta
head
relax
off
these
towards the little festivities of sorts to the north side of town. And so the population that's a lot of the people that were like gossiping are side talking. They seem to have about half of them have left at this point. Now you're like 2 in the morning. Everyone's all dolled up and fancy and pretty. But there's a new group of musicians in there. It's very similar instruments as the ones before. There's some with a violin. Actually, there's 2 violins. There's a cello of sorts. There's a string instrument similar to a lute or something kind of like that. The banjo has left the vicinity. That instrument is no longer there. So there's a guy with like 2 drums, and he's pounding on one of them, and he switches to the other for like some accents and such. And there's a good couple of people that are currently, there's a circle around this like little center area where there's people currently dancing to it. And at the moment, there's only one individual who's currently dancing as the crowd is formed around them. It seems to be that of a relatively young, very young. We're talking maybe 6 or 7 years old, and she's doing the best she can with her little red hair and bright red freckles on her face. She looks like she's probably from a halfling heritage. She's just really tiny, little stout, but people are cheering and clapping and cheering her on as she's doing the best she can. And it's very, very good for such a young child. In the course of about maybe 30 seconds or so, someone else steps in, takes over her spot as she gets into the side, and you can tell she's winded. She's like not enough oxygen in her head. She looks like she's kind of faint because she was just having too much fun there. So like she goes back to her parents or some sort, and I kind of like pick one of them, like this father picks her up and puts her on his shoulder, and he's like tickling her, and she's laughing, and she's having a great time. And then this new person's come in, and it's a very elderly old man who's got kind of like your standard boots with those little kickers on the back of them, like cowboy boots, right? And he's just doing a jolly old jig is what he's doing. Is he's getting down with a long beard. He looks like he's a human. He's got a little bit of hunch to him. He's got a cowboy hat up on top. He yells out as he starts just doing a jig right down the middle of the floor there. One roughly around mid-20s or so female decides to join in with him, and then they start doing
basically line dancing between him and this other girl. And then as that moment, that people realize that it's now time for everyone to start just dancing as a group again. So now more couples come in and people are starting to dance around that. The father's with his little daughter. She's like on his shoes as he's dancing with her on his shoes. That's always such a cute little image. What do you guys all want to do?
Where's the nearest wall?
Where's the nearest wall?
There are no walls. It is a open court area.
No corner to
There
hide.
are a couple tables there off to the side where some people are congregated, but there is no walls because you're just out in the middle of the street, basically, like off to the side of it, where there probably would be a dwelling built at one point in the future, but at the moment not. It's just open real estate that they fenced off for a little festival. You got this like stage, and there's these four torches up in front of it that provide this really large orange light that illuminates the orchestra of sorts. They have these like string little beaded lights above it. They're providing a little bit less illumination, but they're colored, kind of like Christmas lights. You got sharp reds, yellows, and greens, even some blues thrown up in there. It's got kind of an interesting aesthetic to it. There's these thin shawls that are draped off from that center stage that come out to these spikes that have been drilled in the ground. They're about 10 feet tall, and they kind of drape out over to several different portions of the floor, which is where everyone's kind of gathered around. So basically, if you would just look straight up, you would see potentially you'd be directly underneath one of these very thin, kind of white-looking shawls, or you'd be under the skyline itself, which is just a very dark black night with bright white stars kind of wisping out there. You do see some clouds are kind of moving through the air, but it's very, very open overall. You reckon probably the rest of the night will be pretty open. It's pleasantly warm. We're talking probably in the ballpark of around maybe low 60s, so not uncomfortable in the least. Yeah, so if you were going to try to hide somewhere, you'd probably want to either hide near one of the posts, where there's a couple of people kind of congregated, or you would go to the table where people are currently like eating, basically, or grabbing drinks and such, and congregating over there. Those are where the groups that are not currently dancing are gathering, and they kind of look towards the middle underneath where the shawls are laid out to see that's where the dancing occurs. So, and then people kind of just when they get refreshed or they get their ADP up enough, they then migrate back into the middle. They do some dancing. There's kind of just like this moving and going in and getting out and moving in and going out. It's very energetic, very high paced, and there doesn't seem to be like any major choreography with it. Just a lot of very energetic music, similar to what's kind of being played right now in the DM bot moment. It's a festivity of expressing and enjoying life as it is, where you get this notion that all these people that are currently here right now, all the hard toil and turmoil they go through every year of harvesting and planting crops and working and all the creations they make and all that, this is the night where they get to celebrate existence in its purest form, which is just to celebrate living, where life is such a hard fought battle that you constantly make every day, every in and out, morning waking up and going back to bed, this constant struggle to survive in just one more day. This is the day where you get to celebrate existence is worth living, that all the pleasures in life are like almost this moment right here with all these people, and that you're now potentially part of it. Everyone seems to be elated or having very broad white smiles, even if they're not one of the people that are dancing. Just watching all these other people and this high energetic motion inspires you yourself to be more content with the world around you, and you just kind of forget all those other problems that exist out there in the rest of the world as you just watch the spectacle of people enjoying themselves and feeling that kind of almost reverberating into your own core.
Krista, release your invisibility, join us. Let's have some fun.
She's like on top of your forehead. You didn't realize it, and she just peeks her head down, no longer invisible, with a very bright smile. It looks like she's frowning to you, but she's upside down, and her hair is kind of like hanging off the top of her head, and she's laughing at you. Let's go have fun! And she just flies out there and starts buzzing around people. There's a couple kids that are pointing up like, "What is that?" But they look really tired. These kids are probably past their bedtime for sure.
Evelyn, shall we? Can you reach his hand out?
Yeah. Nice.
And off we go to the dance floor.
And we go.
A call.
Off
A
the
fairy
dance.
flies up to you. Let's dance. Let's dance.
Why, sure. And a call would take the little fairy's hand as best as he could, and
I feel like give her
tries
like your
to dance.
pinky, basically. Like she's
Yeah.
like 6 to 7 inches tall.
Yeah.
So I guess you could do couple of your digits, right? So with that, there's this very. Go ahead and do a performance check. There, I call.
Do it.
Oh no!
You got this.
Okay, he had practice for his society. There's
Krista rolled
rituals
really
for him.
well. Oh shoot! Wow.
Oh!
There you go.
All right, we're in there. 16. Let's go.
Nice. What's do you know what the sprite's charisma mod is, man?
Give me a sec.
I can find out real quick here. Let's.
We're gonna steal the show.
She got a natural 17, so she's doing pretty good.
Hey, 17 and 16. Look at that.
What is her actual extra though? She's got a
Plus
plus
zero.
0. Yeah, so it's just 17 exact. All right, yeah. So with that, what you wouldn't expect this cat man with his tuxedo that's just really tight to his body, it's kind of torn and broken. You wouldn't expect this guy to be so regal and well with his movements and dancing, but he is spot on. And the fairy's so much more tiny than him. He's like 6'7", right? And the fairy's like 6 inches. Completely different body images and stuff like that. And then they enter this kind of very elaborate, almost tango-like situation where he pulls her in just a little close, and then she kind of flutters away, and it is immaculate. Everyone else that's kind of dancing, they just stop and watch the two of you dance for a good 30 to 40 seconds before one of them decides, like a smaller pair kind of decides to come in and try to compete with you, Ikal and Krista. And they're nowhere near as good, but they're respectable, but not. They're just trying to have fun. So well done, sir. You have caught the
man.
hammer of the
Feeling
crowd.
the show.
There's cheers and clapping for you, and the small
Tuxedo Cat does it again.
Love it.
Where's Aniel?
Over near one of the posts. She has the hood up real tight over her head. She seems to be smiling. She sees the Krista Tabaxi spectacle. And she's kind of this like, golf clapping along, very quiet, very timid. Like,
I guess
You
I'm
also
on the other side of the post.
it's like Pyrus is like right behind her, and she's just like looking around, like, oh jeez, why did I do this? Pyrus looks very beautiful in her current arrangement.
I walk up to Aniel.
Hello. Great festivities, right?
Yeah, it looks like everyone's having a lot of fun. Listen, Aniel, about earlier, I'm sorry about that. Should have just respected your decision. I'm just worried, and it's getting on my nerves.
I know you mean goodwill, and I shouldn't be mad at you. Sometimes I need my space, and there's a lot going on, and I don't know what's happening either. So, I mean, if I had answers, I would share them.
Yeah, and I get that. So listen, there's not gonna be too many more nights as fun loving as this one, like, for a while probably, till we reach Wind High. So I was wondering if you'd dance with me.
Make a persuasion roll.
Dun dun. Bum, 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 bum. Oof.
How many lucky?
Did you lucky that?
He luckied it.
Did you lucky
What
that?
is
Last
it?
one?
How many
Yeah,
luckies do you have
one.
left?
None.
That's the last-
None. That was the
None.
last one. I had to use it here.
What was it? Persuasion?
Yes.
20.
There's a lot of people nearby.
Come on, it'll be fun. Just this once.
You said last time that I would dance with you next time, so I guess I have to say yes.
Hey.
In case anyone else does not remember, this is
She
way
did.
back.
She did say that. Oh my god.
And
great.
Yeah.
the McRae Brewery. Way back then. Almost a year ago, folks.
I remember.
Hey. So, with reluctance, she then extends her hand out towards you, with the cloak kind of like just draping a little bit past her wrist a little bit, and she kind of like pulls it down just a little bit to make her hand more presentable to you.
I take her hand and head out to the crowd and start dancing with her. To the best of my abilities, in a suit.
Not just slow dancing in the corner. What's wrong with you, man?
Okay.
That's possible,
so as
but
you-
not happening right away. Tonight's fun.
All right.
Evelyn,
What about Pyrus? She's all
Evelyn.
alone, and she's not.
Evelyn.
What, Roderick?
Let's, if you don't mind, let's bring Pyrus with us. We can all dance.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Looks
So,
like
heading
that
over
problem
to-
solved.
Been over to Pyrus?
All right.
Pyrus.
So Pyrus,
get
as you're
to
kind of
the
just shelled off, as you saw Aniel kind of reluctantly go with Doma.
Reluctantly.
Yeah, you know the word I was gonna use. Here comes a very bright expressioned Roderick and Evelyn as they come strolling right up to you.
Want to dance with us,
Roderick,
Pyrus?
send his hand.
No, I'm fine.
Come on.
Come on.
It'll be fun.
Jinx.
Suddenly you feel
Come
a
on.
weight on the top of your head as a small little face comes expressed right in front of your vision of a bright red hair that kind of hangs down from the top of her upside down head, like she just did to Roderick. You're gonna come dance with us, right? It's very fun. You should do it.
Mm-hmm.
It calls a really good dancer. I did not expect him to be so good.
Call.
She points over to a call who's currently just like probably grabbing a small drink or something at this exact moment.
This dancing stuff.
He's like sweating a little bit.
No, he's not sweating. This is nothing. But sure, why not? He'll come over.
So you two of you make eye contact, and then a call, seeing as a small little congregation, you make your way over there, and then there's Pyrus kind of shelled in.
What's everyone discussing?
You're gonna dance with Pyrus, right?
I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
there we
ask
go.
this, Mr. DM. Is there any lightly obscured by heavy foliage rain falling on
Wow.
snow, Mr. Other phenomenons nearby?
Nope. Negative.
Wow.
Nope.
Oh boy.
I told you it's a beautiful almost it feels like almost like it's a summer evening, even though we're not even really into spring all the way yet. It's a very warm day. Evening. Warm morning. What am I talking about? Warm morning.
Whoa.
Do I have to?
Yes, you do.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, that's some fun.
Even trees need to have a good moment to stretch out. I know these things.
Okay.
Not sure that's how that works, but okay.
Just leave it.
Let's go.
Are you going to
Yeah.
take her hand at call?
I will dance if she would like to, yes. And he'd extend his hand.
I would accept your hand, not knowing what to do next.
All right.
Could not be more awkward. So a call
Just follow-
leads
just follow.
leads
Just
Pyrus
follow his lead.
leads Pyrus out. So now then there's basically three couples of our current party: Call and Pyrus, Roderick and Evelyn, and Doma and Aniel. And Krista just rests on top of your head, Roderick. She's kind of like grabs onto your hair and top to like ride you basically as you guys start dancing of sorts. Can I have performance rolls from everybody, please?
Can I not use my
I am-
previous one? I mean, you know, I'm still kind of in the groove.
I'll give you advantage, man. All right. How about
So he's leading, so I could take his advantage, and I can roll advantage.
Oh,
Is that correct? Correct?
No, Pyrus, you'll have
Correct?
to do a flat roll, Pyrus.
I don't get any benefits from this man teaching me how to dance.
It's
correctly.
combined checks. Trust me.
Oh wait, can I give
I'm
myself
leading her.
guidance?
No,
Can I
I'm
give
leading
myself
her.
guidance first.
I'm leading with
You
an
cannot cast guidance first. You were not expecting yourself to need that. Get out of here.
I knew he was gonna dance. What do you mean?
It would help you for
Let's
1
get
minute.
ready.
Hey, I'm leading with an
The
18.
guidance
It
is
works.
All
is a
right,
pump-
so
just
we
pumping
have
myself up.
an 18 and a 6. So Pyrus is very poor in form. Nicole, you feel like you have to kind of show her everything. And that makes sense. You don't feel like she's probably done a lot of dancing. Even you probably haven't done that much dancing, but you kind of like take her in close and you kind of show her like you move your foot this way. You kind of like with your own feet, with your great kinesthetics that you have being the monk you are, you kind of direct her with your own feet and even with your tail at times to help move her body in a way that is presentable. It's not as good as Chris done you, not at all, even despite the size difference. But it is definitely passable, and it's no worse than any of the other people that are also enjoying it. Are also there. The other couples are also present. Pyrus, you find yourself getting more like swept along, and the longer you guys go, the more you get used to it. With the call's expert teaching / coaching, dragging you through it, you find yourself getting lost inside the dance itself and starting to have slight cracks forming into your hard exterior of this new formality that you've never dealt with before. You feel the music music getting deep into your chest cavity, your blood starting to pump through. You start feeling almost that the beat itself is part of you, and you're getting lost with a call in this arrangement. Now then, Evelyn with 24 and Roderick with a 14. Roderick.
I forgot my guidance. Hold on.
No, you don't get guidance.
16 out.
So okay. As you go out 24. There, you take a moment and you try to dance, but you recognize that Evelyn immediately has a different dance in mind. Evelyn seems to have a much more regal dance in mind, and you find that there's an immediate contradiction of what you were going to lead with, and suddenly she's leading you, which was not what you intended at all. You do your best to remedy this. As once you've recognized the way she is presenting herself as the dance she's trying to incorporate to you, it clicks on you that since she is of higher nobility or higher right, that she's going to be doing dances that are not as common to the lower people. And so then you do the best you can to incorporate, and you rolled high enough to incorporate, where you then eventually get the cues that you need to, and then with that you end up leading her correctly. It's a little awkward. There's this about a minute, 40 seconds or so into it, there's this awkward transition as you basically try to take your assertion of control, and
I'll let him do it. I'm not gonna.
I'm punishing him because you beat him so badly.
I know, right? Yeah, of course.
All right. Okay.
As if he didn't punish enough.
I think every good relationship needs some teasing, and I think Evelyn would be a person that would tease Roger.
That's probably true.
That is why I went this. That's why I chose this approach. Okay, you smoked him. You're almost 10 higher than him. Okay.
It is.
So Roderick, and I'm giving him some grace. About 40 seconds in, he takes control. You allow him to take control, and I'm sure he's the best thing ever. I'm sure he's aware too that you graced him with it too. And then finally, Mr. Zarte, what did you roll?
The most important.
13.
Well, she rolled terrible. She rolled a 2, so 14 and 2. Well, I have to say we failed. Oh crap. So early on, as you just like Pyrus, she doesn't know what she's supposed to do, so she's trying to imitate everyone else, and you see that she's more looking at everyone else dancing rather than actually with you. She's looking at Pyrus and Nicole's dance, and that seems much more of a spontaneous, I don't want to say primal, but basic instinct to the dance with the rhythm. And she watches them for a good 30 seconds while you're trying to dance the way you think that you should be dancing. And then you just see her watching Pyrus and Nicole, and then the great amount of fun that they're having. And then she'd suddenly, as you kind of get her attention back on you for a brief moment, then she's now suddenly watching Evelyn and Roderick. And at this point, Roderick's in control as she's watching Evelyn and Roderick, and they got this much more fanciful dance that seems much more regal in essence. And now she seems confused, and now she's trying to do both dances at the same time, while you're trying to do your own separate dance. It does not work very well, and you find that she ends up part of her shoe ends up getting pinned down on top of her cloak, and her cloak makes her stumble and fall into the ground.
I catch her.
Make a
Swiftness check.
Yeah, I guess it's a dex
Swiftness.
check. A dex check. Yeah. To see if you're fast enough. That's basically what we're going at here.
Oh, that should be good enough. 18 flat. Not flat. 19.
Oh, that's pretty good. So with that, you do manage to catch onto her hand, and you pull her, preventing her from fully impacting the ground. As you do such, you grab onto that sleeve of her coat, and her coat basically gets, like, I won't say torn, but part of it rips and gets dragged off of her a bit. And she, like, quickly gets herself back up, and she kind of shelters her back over herself. It's like, thanks for that. And she, like, looks down at her basically her torn cloak, and it's not able to be on her body all the way anymore. And she's like, look, now she's kind of panicked that she's now straight on this spotlight of, not everyone's like looking at her, but you can get the look that she thinks everyone is. Maybe this was a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea. I smile and I take her hands, pulling them towards me, and just wrap my arm around her and cast bravery or heroism.
Using spells on dancing? Goodness, my goodness.
Yeah.
That gives you what, advantage on fear checks? But that's
It just helps with fear.
okay.
It's all about.
I don't know if this is the right kind of
Spells.
fear. That's a stretch.
Oh, okay.
It says fear in general. It doesn't specify magic.
Let's see. A willing creature you touch is imbued with bravery. Until the spell ends, the creature is immune to being frightened, and gains temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting modifier at the start of each turn. When the spell ends, the target loses any remaining temporary hit points. It's not necessarily. It's supposed to give you frightened.
It'll help her feel better, is my guess. Come on, it's doing it for flair.
Oh my
Dispel
God.
magic. I'm just
Oh my
kidding.
God. All right, so. Okay, you cast
Counter
bravery.
spell.
Yeah, counter spell.
You guy.
Okay, you cast bravery on her. It's not like she wouldn't even recognize you're doing that. Alright, she doesn't leave. She was about to. You recognize that she was about to pull herself away, but you, in your action of preventing that, she's still there with you. But she's got like one hand up on her shoulder. She's kind of like scrunching the cloak together to hold it. And now she's only able to have like one hand with you at the moment.
I just take it a little bit away from the center of the people and slow dance with her.
Sure. Slow dance in a very rapid, happy song. Good
Yeah.
idea. Okay, well...
Not like real slow, but slow enough where she can keep the cloak however she wants.
Speaking about magic here, I would like to use enhance ability, please.
What are you doing?
On charisma? Is that what you're gonna do?
Yes, please.
Alright,
Also,
yes.
seeing my partner is not a human person, and as you've described primal, I'm just gonna move my token away and add in the correct token that I feel would fit the situation.
Wait, you turn yourself into a cat?
Oh,
Yes.
Not a saber-toothed cat. Oh, God.
cat.
Alright.
Not
Here
a,
comes the party.
I wouldn't say a humongous saber-toothed cat.
and
but,
that's when the party gets crazy.
Yeah, okay, so...
Oh god.
So,
Everybody's
Doma,
panicking.
as you pull...
Everybody's tired.
As you pull Aniel back in, and was about to leave, and she's kind of like, you got only one of her hands, and she's got the other hand, like, grabbing onto her cloth. Suddenly you hear a giant, what the? As you turn to your side, and there's a human-sized saber-tooth suddenly there, next to a Coral,
On
whose
its
eyes are just
hind
very
two
wide.
legs.
As there's a cat that was
Dancing
previously-
with
and then,
him.
like, the
Oh,
cat has one of its paws
cats are
in
dancing.
Call's hand
Get
right
it?
now. And Call's
The
just like
cats are dead.
flabbergasted. And Call, what are you doing? The cat seems like it's still totally trying to dance with you.
My two paws will be on your shoulders, and I'll be on my hindy little legs, trying to move to the music.
What?
I have advantage on this time. Don't worry, I believe in myself.
Well, it's more important on what a call does. How's it correct?
A call
Go with it.
would just he would keep going, but he's got this look on his face. I don't know what the fuck are you doing?
Okay, so now you two can continue your new performance check. A call, you no longer have advantage.
But
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. This is gonna go well, I can already tell. Oh yeah.
I got a nat 20.
I got a
-2, which is 18.
I got a 3.
Oh boy. So in that reverse here.
Switch places.
So the cat.
I am the prime
So
person.
Pyrus
now,
has
right?
her saber-tooth tiger form. Is a lot heavier than you were expecting suddenly. I call, and you try to support her, and she's just trying to get heavy on top of you, and you find yourself slipping backwards, and you end up falling on your butt. As you fall on your butt, you knock into the couple that's next to you, which happens to be Doma and Aniel, and then they tumble down to the ground. And as they tumble to the ground, they domino into Roderick and Evelyn, who then tumble into the ground. And then before you know it, you two double into another. And there's a domino pile of pretty much every dancer, which is about 8 to 9 couples here, have now fallen on the ground, except there's still Pyrus in her saber-tooth form, still dancing with a call who's down on the ground. Her tail's wagging in the air. She's if cats can smile, she's got a smile on her face.
Someone's just gonna burst out laughing.
A lot of people seem to be laughing, except for a few of the people that do not know that the saber-tooth is friendly, and they're crawling away with fear in their eyes. Oh gosh. The crowd kind of backs away, and they're kind of just gossiping, what's the cat doing here? But the cat seems to be totally house-trained. Is that a good word to use?
Call at this point would get up, dust himself off, head straight for the drink.
Just beelines it towards her.
And alcohol.
Oh boy.
Pyrus, you feel a tugging on your tail.
Oh no.
I look over. I swing over while I'm dancing.
There is the Yul Yun halfling girl you saw previously. She's currently holding onto your tail and playing with it, and she's giggling at you.
What are you gonna do now?
I instantly
You do
use my
see-
tail.
You do see with your peripheral vision that the father has got a very concerned look as he's kind of trying to creep his way towards his daughter to pull her away from you.
I do what Pyrus was told. I whip my tail, so I launch her up, not too high, for her to land on my back as I'm dancing.
Okay.
So I'm gonna be on all fours and dance.
Make acrobatics check with your cat stats, because it's Dex.
Rest in peace, dress. Rest in peace.
V-shape causes the gear to transform.
It gets morphed into your body.
I
Okay.
rolled an 18 without adding stats.
Sure, it's probably more than enough. So the girl flips on you wrap your tail around her waist, and you suddenly pull her up, and she's and she lands on top of your back, and she kind of pats your fur, and she's got this very bright smile on her face, and she realizes that it's really soft and fuzzy. And then you kind of just start jumping around to the best of what a cat would dance with a kid. It kind of looks more like a bull.
That was a nat 20.
Bull trying to buck you off, but not really trying to buck her off. And so the girl just grabs on. She's having a time of her life, and the father now just I'm not getting near that cat. And he's you can tell he's kind of trying to pray to the gods, please don't kill my kid, basically. Several of the people that were previously dancing, they have resumed, but there is a wide berth between them and the cat and the child now. Roderick, Evelyn, you two are still technically prone, as is Aniel and Doma.
Wait.
Get up and help.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get up as a group.
Okay, so you guys help each other up.
Everybody okay?
Yeah, prestidigitation. Get that dirt off everybody.
So as
Today's
you
turning into a
prestidigitation
ridiculous
clean up all
night,
the
eh?
people around you, you recognize that Evelyn's had some smudge on her face from dirt, kind of, because you guys are not dancing on a ballroom floor. It's dirt ground. They got that's had people walking on top of it, so it's kind of got that
sand-like texture. You can easily get knocked up into the air and get onto your face. So she's got smudges, and you prestidigitation that off of there. You clean up yourself. You clean up Doma. You recognize that Aniel's got a bunch of it. Her hair is super frazzled. Her cloak is totally wrecked at this point. It's no longer even able to stay on top of her, and she is definitely trying to withdraw away at this point.
Okay, let me do. Pull Aniel aside, kind of like back towards the wall, and I'm gonna cast Mending on her cloak,
Okay.
and then I'll fix her hair up too.
So with that, as you kind of grab her before she can run away, you bring her to the side. Make a persuasion check, Evelyn.
Here, let me fix your cloak up. Hold on, okay.
I'm gonna bring everybody drinks. 2 drinks in each hand and 1 on my tail.
So 4 drinks in hand. You start passing them out to people. Are these alcoholic beverages, or are they just like punch?
Oh, I hope so.
It's a mystery surprise. Some of them are
Oh,
punch,
boy.
some of them are alcohol.
All right, so mystery
boy.
drinks are passed around to the party. You managed to, with your great strength, able to get a drink to everyone that would want one. I don't think Pyrus is probably gonna be terribly thirsty in cat form. I don't know. Is that possible? Can you give her? Can you just like hold the
Sure,
cup
she's
for the
just gotta-
cat to
I'm
lap?
busy dancing with a child on my back, alright?
She seems too busy
that
at the
cat
moment.
drunk.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
5 drinks, 1 for each of us. Set
So-
Pyrus.
It's just
17.
all right. So as you say that and you look over her, something's wrong about her body language at the moment. You recognize with your higher roll that despite the cloak being torn, she's very arguably keeping her back away from you. And you kind of peek around the corner just a little bit to see that her wings are gone. Not any sense of them at all left.
Like, is there like the frame of them at all, or is it just like
the
nothing?
bone arch support that would be what the support would
Yeah.
affect? That's gone. There's nothing there. You see no 3-dimensional object coming out of her back.
Aniel, what happened?
They shedded away about it 2 days ago.
You okay otherwise, or no?
I hope so. I didn't want everyone to know yet. So
That's why you didn't want to wear the dress?
right. I should get going. Thank you though.
Can I at least fix your cloak?
Okay. I'll wait.
I'll just mend her cloak. You know, if there's anything I can do, I don't know much about what you're going through, but I am here if you want to talk ever.
Thank you. You're what they call a keeper.
Thanks, Daniel. You are too. I'm sorry this is happening to you. I feel like it's our fault for you saving us.
It's not.
Was this happening before?
I don't know. Not prior to being locked away, but how about you just, enjoy the day. You guys don't get to have many of these. I'll be back at the inn.
I think you should tell the rest of them, though. I think.
Not yet.
I know. But when you're ready, then I'm here for you, okay?
Thank you. She gives you your hand a squeeze, and then she backs
Just
away.
squeeze back.
And she tries to make her way back towards the inn. Doma, you were distracted for a moment. Wants us to make that a good drama point. You did not see that exchange.
Damn.
Dang.
Meh.
Meh. But Evelyn does return without her. And then you see Roderick is currently drinking a cup with a call, and there's Pyrus, and Pyrus is just taking. She's dumping her head into your cup, Roderick, when you're not looking, drinking from it. And she pulls her head up, and her hair just is soaked, and there's like this liquid kind of running down of it. And she's apparently Roderick has one of the alcoholic beverages.
Oh
she-
dear.
Oh,
Boy.
Oh, have I had this before?
Oh no.
I look at Roderick and I say, "Is this normal?
what do you mean normal?
Or drinking out of your cup?"
It's okay. We used to do this all the time.
Yeah.
I know
Oh,
which one's in that cup.
Krista. You okay, Krista?
Are you going to drink, Evelyn? The call got you one.
I don't know what's left, but I take a cup.
It's a mystery drink. You have no idea.
What is it? I take a sip.
Take a sip. It's alcoholic. It's good, and it's free. Part of the festivities.
Alright.
Did not charge anyone for it, so it's definitely passable for free.
And then a call. Not remember. He shuffled up the cups beforehand to make sure he doesn't know which one he got. He's gonna take a nice long gulp of what he's got.
At this moment, Pyrus would be down. The little girl would be getting down from Pyrus's back, and she like gives the cat like a couple pats on the head. You're a good kitty, such a big kitty. Thank you for the dance. And she kind of like waddles off. And gets back to her father, who's like, "Oh, thank you, God," as he picks his daughter back up and like puts her on his shoulder. You can definitely tell the father was distressed. He has like sweat all over his face, and he kind of pulls his daughter in close, and just like they take steps away, and he goes like brings her towards away from the crowd. She looks like she's really tired at this point. As there's a large amount of the crowd is even more has dispersed at this point. There's probably a total of maybe 20 people left, including your own group. So maybe like 11, 12 other individuals. At this point, you guys kind of see that by Skyline, you guys have been dancing for a lot longer than you anticipated. It looks like you're starting to see a little bit of that pink hue coming out over the horizon.
Oops.
And
Dawn approaches.
it looks like, yes, dawn is approaching. At this moment, you hear someone from the stage. All right, everyone. Dawn is when we're closing up, so it looks like this will be the last song of the evening. You all would grab your sweethearts close for the last slow song of the evening. Or morning. Morning it is, that's right. All right, here we go. Jezebel, if you would please go ahead on that violin. And a very
Shall we?
slow violin starts kicking in.
Yeah.
Is Aniel still here? I was meant to ask earlier, but fucking everyone was talking about everything.
Now, here's a little too
Before Roderick and I head off for the slow dance, I'm gonna this whisper to Doma. She went back to the inn, but I think she just needs some time alone. So maybe just give her some. And I kind of like squeeze his shoulder. Give him a little smile, and I go with Roderick onto the dance floor to slow dance.
Okay. So there is a call, still drinking. There's a Pyrus who seems slightly confused as there's a lot
Iris
less.
is gonna look at a call.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Uh-huh. Can I help you, Pyrus?
She
Oh my.
ends up making a arrow sign towards the dance floor. Their paw on the ground.
I hope you understand it is a bit strange. Yes, I am cat-like, but I am not a cat.
Head starts to hang low, walks over. The demo.
He's the second helping song.
Oh, wow.
Second choice feels great.
Doma, you see a cat make its way over to you.
Hey, Pyrus. I think that's you. Ouch. Gonna need
She
to
would
turn you
do the
down a little
same.
bit.
Yeah, he's like at 50% for me these days.
You do the same, make a small arrow, points towards the dance floor with my paw.
Sorry to say, Pyrus, I'm really not in the dancing mood at the moment.
I'll dance with you, Pyrus.
There's your dance partner.
I make my way to the dance floor.
As the fairy just like rides you in there. Okay, how do we do this? Do I just... She's like blinking heavily. She's trying to understand her form and how to dance with you. Do we just dance in front of each other? Or do I dance with your tail? Or what were you thinking?
I start dancing. I don't even answer.
Yeah, so you just start doing basically a solo
Shaking.
dance, and Krista is doing a lot of very swayed dancing in the air. She's trying to flutter with you. You can roll a well, no, she'll roll a disadvantage because she's plastered. You're not probably drunk. No. So you can just roll another for your final charisma check of the day, good sir, on this one.
With
Last
my
performance.
enhanced ability.
Wow, she rolled really well for something so bad.
With my
13.
enhanced ability.
It's still technically on, yeah.
Yes. I need this.
Actually, no,
Is
it'd
there-
be gone. It's been an hour. Sorry.
I chose the left one.
Is there anybody else that's on Wallflower right now?
Anyone else that's out there? There's Doma.
No, besides the trio.
There a lot less people here. There. Let's see. You have a high passive perception.
I do.
There would be. One of the musicians is currently finished packaging up their instrument. It appears to be a dwarven female. She would look like she was the cello player, and she just like kind of is currently as she finishes closing up her box, she then kind of like sits down on top of the stage, and she just is like admiring her friend who's continuing the violin solo at the moment. And you can tell that she's got this kind of itch, like her body's kind of slowly swaying with it. You get the notion that she probably wants to dance.
Well, I call the gentleman. He's gonna go up to the stage and say, "Good morning, as it is now. I noticed that you seem to be enjoying the music. Would you care for a dance?"
Good morning to you. What's your name?
My name is Akar.
Ecole. I'm Pristine. I would be delighted to have this dance with you.
And I would take Pristine's hand and walk off.
All right, so you take her hand, she jumps down like the 3 foot or so fall, and she follows you into the floor. You can go ahead and roll your performance check.
All right, gods.
Natural
doing
20 on
this
her
little,
end. All right, buddy. You got...
While he's doing this little roll here, do I get to see this?
You see him dancing with this dwarf.
Oh, heartbroken.
You'll see it a little bit. At some point, you'll see it.
It's decent. 12.
12? All right, so she got a natural 20. She's been itching to dance all night,
Well.
man. All night she wanted to dance. So she immediately goes in. But she is very subtle with her work. And you feel like you're in charge, but in reality, she's like,
Yeah.
But you don't even know.
But she does this for a living, I think, so.
You have no idea that she's basically guiding you along. But she's an expert of the craft. And
Cole's just dancing to dance.
You have a very pleasant slow dance. All right, so then I think we have did we do a dance
Nope.
off for?
Nope.
We have Doma off by himself. We have Roderick and Evelyn still. Roderick and
Yeah,
Evelyn,
we
you guys are
didn't-
slow dancing, right?
Mhm.
All right, let's go. Let's see you make a fools of yourself. Double nat ones. Come on, baby.
Oh.
Petite.
Performance, right?
Where is Potato? Where?
21.
Been wallflowered the whole time looking for that library.
Double 21.
Oh, that's right.
21s!
He's been looking for that library the whole night. I forgot all about that. Oh my
I'm
god.
just waiting. I'm just sitting here.
I'm
He's
so
been
sorry.
What, you should have
Potato.
said something, Potato.
Oh,
I don't want to interrupt the moment.
No,
Everyone's having so much fun.
he's right. I am so sorry. I forgot that you even existed. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh.
I forgot.
Wow.
I forgot your character was even there. Like
Can we rewrite this? Can I be dancing with Thoric, the person who probably
jeez.
won't cheat on me, Keppa?
So, Thoric, let's try to. Well, so for one, hold on. Evelyn and Roderick.
Double 21.
Double
Double
21s? Wow, god damn. Alright, you guys are stealing the show at the end there. I don't
And
know.
at the end,
Yeah, you guys
Logical.
have a very romantic ending point with the song. You guys are in sync with each other. Same exact role. Could not be more perfect. Incredibly romantic moment for the two of you. Very intimate.
and it ends with a dip and a kiss.
Yeah.
Woo!
Alright, Thor, let's catch you up, my man. I am so sorry.
Fun part is, he's not even looking for any important information. He's just gonna figure out what the hell sun is, and that's gonna be his night.
Alright, so you go
Oh,
look for a
sorry,
library.
works.
Alright, Thoric. Roll, make an investigation roll.
All right.
I'm
next
so,
one.
I'm so sorry, man. Oh, jeez.
Oh my god.
That one.
Are you actually-
This explains everything.
This is why you were lost.
You couldn't find it.
So, Thoric, you go on a trip, very long, lengthy trip to find the Library of Hypel. There's no one out on the street, so you're just kind of window shopping because everyone's gone to bed, and you're too afraid to just go knocking on random doors to ask people. So you're just like, I'll find it. It's got to be here somewhere, and you spend a good hour and a half looking for this building.
I
Never
don't understand
find
the
it.
concept of people closing stores because I'm from the mountain.
You eventually do find yourself back to the dance floor now, where you see a lot less population. You see everyone else is currently doing the last slow dance, though.
Huh. Is there anyone by the side from our party?
And there's Doma.
Just Nova.
So scuttle on over to him. What's going on? Doma, is everything all right? What's everybody doing?
Apparently, Doma's gone.
He's catatonic.
Yeah.
Oh, Noah.
He's heartbroken.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
Just look at the dance floor. Look at the people stealing the show.
So, do we just take control of Doma's character while he's AFK?
I am doing okay.
Smile.
Oh, he's
what?
back. He's back.
Hey, welcome back.
There we go.
So, Doma, as you've been sitting there wondering where Annie will win, you see everyone starting their last dance, and Roderick and Evelyn are stealing the show. Pyrus and Krista are doing all right, and Ikal's doing well. Thoric comes up behind you. He looks like he's been walking around for a very long period of time, and he asks you how are things going. I think
What's going on?
I'm close enough.
Specifically?
Well, everyone was dancing until a little while ago. Now it's just a couple of the couples. It looks like everything's wrapping up.
Why?
Because it's a festival?
So it just looks at you blankly. A festival.
Yeah. Never been to a party before.
I can't say I have. Is it like a ritual of sorts, or? I don't mean to be disrespectful to your culture and
It's not exactly my culture. It's just a place people go to have fun and dance to music.
Oh, so it's just to
Certain
pass the time.
certain nights of the year, yeah. Usually to celebrate something. Today, I think it's just a general celebration of life.
Huh. Interesting. I'll just sort of sit there in his heavy armor, just looking at everyone and pun. He probably wouldn't do much for the rest of the night.
Okay, so the final song ends after what seemed about 5 minutes of dancing. It was a very long song. And then at the very end of it, anyone who remains claps and applause for that, for the entire orchestra. The dwarf that you were dancing with, called Pristine. Thank you for the dance. And she gets back on the stage as her as the other performers bow as the final stage of performance. Thank you to everyone for your support. there is a tip hat off on the side for anyone that's willing to share some coin. We appreciate it. Thank you for participating in Town of Pipel's festivities. At this moment, you guys do see that sun has peeked around the corner of the horizon again. It's starting to enter into the skyline.
Oh no, it's back.
But to your amazement, it's not as bad. They're good old
Yeah.
for tolerable at this point.
Call's gonna walk over to the tip hat and he's gonna throw in 5 gold.
Thank
I
you,
don't know
says
Side
the
glare.
violinist.
What was that?
Getting
Robert?
glide at by pirates.
Let's go over to the tip jar. We'll take out 10 gold and throw it in there.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys are charitable. Jeez, that's 15 gold right there.
Evelyn, you know, technically, I believe that was our first kiss above ground. So
It was. Yes.
Oh,
Wow, that was awkward.
Okay.
The call just kind of slinks away from
So
that.
you guys find yourselves heading back to the Happy Hoppers, where tomorrow will be
Bouncing bunnies.
or Bouncy Bunnies. God damn it, you're right, Bouncy Bunnies. Head off to your respective rooms and get a very good set of rest, as you are now above the surface in Pipel. And at that, everyone, we will be closing our episode here. And then, as of, we will not be seeing you all for 4 weeks. It'll be January 6th, so the New Year's when we'll be coming back. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for spectating. Thank you for participating. Thank you, my players. I hope you all had fun tonight. I would wish you all happy holidays over the Christmas break for those of you that celebrate. Or
happy
any of the-
holidays.
Happy New
Have
Year
a
for
good-
everyone. We will
Have a
see
good
you
holiday
in
and New Year, yeah.
2019. Thank you. We really,
Merry ho ho.
really appreciate your guys' support. It means a lot to me, for sure. Gosh, with that, thank you, everybody. You did a great job. Okay, so
You too.
with that, please remember, don't trust the Dungeon Master. Good night.